everyone. Welcome. Sorry for the late start. We I had some technical difficulties, so sorry. I just got back from jogging, so I'm really hot and sweaty. It's great.
I love it.
We're at that point in the year where it's not miserable going jogging,
Mm-hmm.
but it's so humid right now that like when you stop,
Yep.
you're just like you got sweat and you got the humidity just like sticking to it. And it's
I
like,
totally understand because although it is cold here in Canada now, I am coastal. So in the summer when it gets warm, the humidity tries to kill us.
yes.
So I understand the humidity because we also get that once it gets warm. And then my curly hair starts to like 3 times the size it normally is. And it's a whole thing.
Yeah. Mine doesn't do too bad, but it's more wavy than curly.
Oh, so. Mine just like starts to grow. I'm like Monica from Friends by the end of it. Like it's a problem.
I've got very fine hair, so it just like, it doesn't like to do a lot of things for you. But anyways, I've never really noticed the difference between like living on the coast and living not on the coast until I moved to Gainesville, and that's strictly in the middle of the state.
Right.
And like the winters and summers were so much colder and hotter. Like you would think it's like 2 hours away from me. You would not think it would make a difference, but it does.
It really does. And I see that so much here because even here, we don't get as much snow on the coast. Like when people think of Canada, oh, it's really cold, which it is. But like, I'm not as cold as like inland Canada because I'm near the ocean, and the ocean kind of regulates how cold it gets, which is quite nice.
Yep. It regulates both the heat and the,
exactly.
And the cold, which is nice, but also I should probably let people know that we are live and doing sprints. Which one is the correct one, though? That's a good question. I have
like, which link do I share?
Yeah, I have 2 pulled up because I just copy and paste from one to the other.
Mm-hmm.
So there we are. That is just from the one that's currently live. Anyways, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well. Libby is being very rude to me and stealing my audiobooks away at the end of the weekend.
I heard that.
They're very, very rude of Libby.
I heard that.
I knew they weren't going to let me renew it, but I was still waiting for that 3-day mark and just hoping a prayer that like for some reason everyone had paused their holds and it would let me renew the books, but it's not. So and then I could physically read the books. I could do this, but like.
Yeah, if you have an audiobook.
Right. And I have it for 3 more days. So like I can get it done. It's fine. So that's what I'm doing this morning is starting to read that.
Awesome. I have 2 books I should finish. I have to have them finished by tomorrow.
Okay.
I should have. But me being the person that I am, what the fuck did I just do? I can't find you. I have too many. I'm so used to having 2 different screens. I have too many Chrome tabs. Bree, hey Bree. Hello, are you awake enough to join us? I can throw the link in your chat. I am currently starting Little Thieves because I told Thor I would buddy read it this week, and I have been waiting with bated breath. Like Thor doesn't get a choice. Like I'm starting it, or with or without them.
Fair.
But I have been waiting with bated breath to start this reread. I'm so happy.
Is this one of the books that you need to read this weekend, or is this a bonus book?
This is one of the books. Okay, hold on. Let me get the invite link to Bree. This is one of the books that is on my TBR, and I would like to have it done by Sunday.
Fair.
Because that means one less consequence for me to worry about.
That's fair.
I've accepted Chain of Thorns is not happening this year or this month. I've accepted that. It's okay. But if I need to finish this, I need to finish Cruel Prince, and I need to finish Daughter of the Moon Goddess, which thankfully is an audiobook.
Okay. So 3 books, 2 days?
3 books, 2 days.
You can do it.
I'm about 100 pages into Cruel Prince.
Oh, yeah. You got this. And the other one's an audiobook.
The other one's an audiobook, and then I'm going to be reading this one physically, but it's only like 400 and something pages. It's not even, it's 490.
It's not too bad.
So, nope, 400 and, it's exactly 500. It's fine.
You got this. I have full faith in you.
And I love it, and I'm going to annotate it like I'm annotating Cruel Prince, which doesn't slow me down at all.
I literally went, oh, you're annotating too.
Don't give me that look, Brittany.
I still have faith in you.
So, anyways, have we talked about what you're reading? Because
I said that I needed to read it, but I don't think I said what it was. And it's They Never Learn.
Ooh, exciting. Have you started it yet or no?
I did start it this morning. I'm only 34 pages in though. So like
nice.
I haven't read much of it. It's not that long. Like it's only 330 pages and it's got short chapters. So
that's nice.
Like I should have no problem getting this done.
Yeah.
Before the audiobook gets taken, but
you got this.
I should be fine. Should be fine.
You got this. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm much less stressed than you are. I have much less to read.
In my defense, I am halfway through Daughter of the Moon Goddess. So that I should be able to knock out.
Are you liking Daughter of the Moon Goddess?
I am. It's a little bit slower of a burn, and it is a little bit more YA.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's on the it's I would say it's probably more solidly in the new adult, but without like the sexy stuff.
Gotcha. Well, I've got my eye on it, but it seems to like some people really like it and some people weren't so sure. So I'm just like, what do you think? Because I feel like we have pretty similar taste when it comes to like YA.
Yeah, it's almost like a Cinderella retelling, and I'm really like the prose is really beautiful. I like the main character. She is not super what's the word? Not active, but like she's not doing a lot, but she's still making choices to get herself in the position that she needs to be in for her goals.
Right.
And it seems like the first half of the book, at least, seems to be getting her to where we start the story. Like not where we start, but to where she is able, like the real adventure is able to start.
Right. So building foundations for the rest of it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's showing how she got this. She gets the skills that she will need for the rest of the book.
Gotcha.
So I like that. And then what was I reading? Oh no, that was From Blood and Ash. Never mind. I like that From Blood and Ash. Like it's a very clear like ACOTAR, Throne of Glass thing. Someone read Twilight, said why not both? From what I understand. But I liked how they from the get-go they kind of established in that one at least that she's good at what she does. Like it's not like you don't hear about her doing it, you see her. So that's nice. I already said good morning to Ro. Hello, is it Alicia? Or Alicia?
I think it's Alicia.
Alicia, okay.
At least that's what I've always said in my sprint. So if I'm saying it wrong, please tell me.
Now speaking of Throne of Glass, Alicia might be reading Throne of Glass. Ro is reading The People Who Report More Stress, stories by Alejandro Varela. It's a gay story collection about modern dating, gay life, socialism, and race issues. Nice. I might have gotten a little socialist at work yesterday. Because I was ranting with one of our billing people, like the head of our billing department, about insurance. And we're both like, yeah, it's wrong how much healthcare. And I just have to keep being like, don't go there. You know, he's a conservative. Don't go there. So, hello, Sarah. Okay, you got it. It's Alicia. Sarah is reading one of my favorite books from 2019, The Kiss Quotient. It is.
I'm going to be reading this for a video really soon, and I'm very excited about it.
Her entire experience in that book, like the whole sexual, there are certain moments I'm like, I have a feeling that will be me if I ever find someone that I would fuck. Who would also fuck me. That's the key. There are just moments where she gets overwhelmed. I'm like, I feel this on a very deep, I'm highly embarrassed for you, sweetie, but I feel it on a deep level. Oh, Ro is showing us up one up in us. He's also reading Becoming a Queen by Dan Clay. It's a YA drag book. Nice.
That sounds interesting.
I've heard about this one. I don't know if I've heard the title, but I've heard the premise about the. You probably have told me the premise, Ro. So, anyways, I think now is a good time for me to pull up the timer.
Sounds lovely.
And get a sprint going because I want tea.
Yeah, I could use a coffee.
I definitely just tried to type sprint into the address bar instead of YouTube.
Well, maybe it would know what you meant.
Yeah. Okay, my channel. We've gotten through another Taylor Swift show without her doing New Romantics, which means
it could happen at your show.
It means there's a chance it'll happen. There's still a chance. Will it happen? Probably not. I don't think she's doing it, but I want her to.
Like, I really would like it to be my
New
show.
Romantics and Sparks Fly are the songs I want. I mean, like, actually, no. I would really also like better anything from Speak Now, basically, besides Dear John, because I know she's not gonna perform that in public again. She hasn't since the Speak Now tour. So, and if she does, I will be surprised. Anyways, it's a good song. Hello, Kay. All right, Bree's gonna pop in a minute. Yeah, if you want to just pop in while we're doing the sprint, I'm gonna go take care of this, make it less unhappy with me. So we are going to have to watch what we eat this next week, so I don't look ridiculous for Taylor Swift. Ugh. It doesn't help if I don't. What would help would be if I shared the screen for y'all before I press
it does help. I always feel like when I'm the one hosting, I'm like, there's so many things to click.
Yeah, there is. There are so many things to click.
So many things to click when you're hosting sprints. I don't think people are aware.
Yes. And sometimes you just don't click the right one.
All the time.
Oh, I've had sprints where instead of clicking end broadcast, I've clicked leave
studio.
I did that once with I think Cal and Brianna, and they were both like, well, I guess we're not ending the sprint. What do we do now?
We'll just keep talking and get Margaret to come back.
Yes. Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, and mute your mic. welcome back.
Hello.
Hello. I read 2 whole pages.
Hello.
Hello. In my defense, I made tea and then I got distracted by YouTube. It's not because I'm annotating this and had to pull out every single color for the first page. I gotta show you what the first 2 pages look like right now.
Oh my gosh.
I've got 4 colors on this one. I just figured out that her mom fully went into the woods planning to just abandon her. Like, she wasn't expecting to find anyone. And I was just like, what the actual fuck? What? Oh, okay. Anyways, let's go to comments because how did y'all do actually? Let's ask that. And what are we up to this morning?
I did 40 pages.
That's much better than I did.
Well, the chapters are very short, so some of these pages are not full pages because with short chapters come like half bits.
You know what I should do? I should get the audiobook and I should read it while listening to the audiobook. That is a smart idea.
That is a smart idea.
I support you fully.
What are you up to today, Bree?
Okay. So at the moment, I'm straightening up because my room was chaos. And putting away. I got some more. I may have gone thrifting again, even though I just went earlier this month. But it was for a reason. I went there with the intention of getting some stuff for my students' graduation, like some decor things, and I did. But did I get other things that are for me? Maybe. It's fine. But I'm putting that away and trying to straighten up the chaos that is my room first, and then after that, I'm going to be reading The Writing Retreat, which I'm 70 pages into at the moment, and I'm really enjoying it. The vibes are there. It's like it's kind of angsty in a way because there's like this friend drama stuff going on where it's like an ex-best friend situation. And then like the stakes of the retreat itself and like the bookish vibes are there. So it's like, and like the writer that's hosting the thing is like kind of whimsical and eccentric kind of person. So she's kind of fun to follow and everything too. So it's just it's getting all the right things at the moment.
Nice.
So that's
sorry, I missed the title. What was the title?
The Writing Retreat.
Writing Retreat. Okay, nice. I did in fact, praise the Lord, glory, hallelujah, find little thieves.
Yay!
I was gonna have to Libby. All copies are checked out. It's also on Hoopla. So
Nice.
I'll probably go back and forth between like reading with the eyeballs and like immersion reading just to kind of force my way through. But I also have to pace myself because I'm trying to keep up with Thor as well. That is a 14-hour audiobook. Jesus.
Ooh. God. Is that right?
I feel like audiobooks are getting longer. I think narrators are speaking slower.
I mean, it makes sense. It is a 500-page book.
That's true.
So, but so is Daughter of the Moon Goddess, and I'm pretty sure that one was 9 hours. Although the font on that one is gigantic. Let's see. Oh no, never mind. It's 15 hours. It's fine. I have 2 of these on audiobook now.
It'll help for sure.
My plan right now is I'm going to read 5 chapters of this, and then I'm going to switch over to Cruel Prince or Daughter of the Moon Goddess, read some of that for a sprint, read 5 chapters of this, etc. Go back and forth.
I love this plan.
To kind of make sure that I do all of that. Let's see what everybody else is reading. Okay. Kay is reading Babylon's Ashes. Yes, that is book. Yeah, because Nemesis Games is book 5, Babylon's Ashes is book 6. And that is that's the one that really scared me for a hot minute, which is really funny because I found out some stuff that happens in the last 3 books. And I know there's something that happens, and I was like, oh, we're gonna hit that at the end of book 6, and we didn't hit it at the end of the book 6. We just start there at the beginning of book 7.
Of course.
One fashion for a hot minute, and then I spent like every book, like, I'm so scared. I don't want to read this. I want to read this. My relationship with The Expanse is hilarious because I absolutely loved every book, and every time I was like, why did I wait so long to read this? And at the same time, I was like, I'm absolutely terrified to pick this book up now. Okay, mom's home. Someone turned water on downstairs.
I was like, something's happened.
I was like, that's probably someone who belongs in my house, but just in case. I'll check and see if the car is out there.
I was like, do you live here?
Anyways, Babylon's Ashes is a good one. I have one problem. Well, actually, no. I have a single problem with the series, and it happens. It's because of an event that happens in that book. But it's one of those things that it doesn't, like, that was more of a me wish list thing that I would have liked to see happen in the last book, considering what happens in the last book. But I understand why it didn't.
Sure.
Fine. It's fine. It's not like I did it. I just wanted her to know. I wanted her to know, but no. Okay, anyways. I'm not going to rant about it because I don't want to spoil. Librarian of Alexandria joining late because of the J Poob and talking to my sister's kid. She's so cute and lovely. J Poob means job, but where is it? Kay has decided that we should all call it work J Poob now.
I agree with Kay. I think that's just now the new way we should designate job.
I saw that comment. I was like, how, that actually does accurately describe how I feel about having a job.
Right?
Yeah. Anyways, Brianna has joined us. Hello, my love. Also, Rika has joined us. And Alexandria has listened to 15 minutes of the Fiancé Farce, loving this book. Am I tripping? Or have you changed your profile picture, Alexandria? It's possible I'm tripping, or I just haven't been paying attention. Both of those are possible.
You never know.
Sarah read 42 pages of The Kiss Quotient. Brianna woke up. That is, on a Saturday morning, that is an achievement in and of itself. I will be honest.
I mean,
Gold star. Gold star.
Nice. Rika made it to the last short story of the collection they are reading. And Hillary accidentally woke up late. I need to do so much cleaning today, so this will help. I do too, which the fact that I need to read 2 books physically does not help this fact. But again, if I switch, I can go to the actual audiobook. We have people in other time zones being very confused by the USians. Okay, oh my god, it's so strange. Hearing this, I'm still in bed. It's 3:30 p.m. I've been awake since 9 a.m. I am almost tired.
Yeah, time zones are a hard thing because we're doing sprints tonight, and some of us are in like further in the US. Then there's me and Kenneth, and then I have some Australians on. So I had to like tell time zones in so many places, and I was like, I was like, just look at YouTube for when it's scheduled, please, and thank you.
Like, I usually try to do, when I'm like organizing stuff, I'll try to do Eastern and then Pacific, because usually I'll end up with, or Eastern, I think Mountain, because I think, Brianna, you're on Mountain Time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Central, you're Mountain Time. Like, if I know that there's more than one time zone, I'll try and be like, hey, this is this in Eastern, it's this and this. Like, go with the ones that I know are like the typical
The
ones.
main.
Right.
The main ones that people will be like, okay, like if they have to do math, they'll be used to doing the math in their head.
Yeah.
So, yes, okay, I was right. I have not completely forgotten everything. Alexandria, it's 4:30 over here. Dealio with the internet, you can meet people from all the world in different time zones.
Right?
I love that. I would not have the friends I had if it were not for the internet. I'm very grateful.
Literally, all my friends do not live in the same time zone as me.
It really freaking sucks. But
yes.
at the same time, it's really awesome.
It's true. It's both things.
Because, like, I kid you not, there are days I just be like, hey, can I crash at your place, Brianna? Although Brianna has 5 dogs, so that wouldn't work. Just be like, hey, I need to be somewhere that's not working. Alas, that requires a plane trip, and I do not have a private jet.
Unfortunately.
Brianna did not get home from the airport until around midnight. I am sorry. That will be me in 20 days, something around that time. Little over 2 weeks. Actually, it's Tuesday will be 2 weeks. That'll be me in 17 days. I'm not even sure I have a ride home from the airport at this point because my dad is one of those. He's like in bed by 9. Alexandria says I can never do the U.S. night sprints because that's in the middle of the night here, but loving these morning sprints, morning for you, afternoon. Yeah, I honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I just do them now because that's when the most people tend to be able to join. Like I know that a lot of people who are way more popular than I am have established sprints in the evenings, so I avoid evening sprints when I can.
I love doing daytime sprints. I can't always do them because obviously I'm not free during the week. But I would love to do daytime sprints just because I'm more awake. Like nighttime sprints, I'm like, I'm too tired to be entertaining.
That's the Red Bull. I gotta run down the street to Tim Hortons and get myself a coffee.
How many? If anyone has ever seen my sprints, literally ever. Usually that sometimes is the first sprint. Is me going to
It's definitely been the first sprint on some of my lives.
It absolutely has. I'm like, I'm gonna just go get coffee. I'll see you when I get back.
I actually got this yesterday. I get it iced, no ice, so that it doesn't water it down.
Oh,
Fridge and save it for the next day.
That's brilliant.
It's like the nearest coffee place to me is 30 minutes away.
Ooh,
so,
nice.
Yeah.
When I used to go get drinks from Starbucks, which they had one drink that I liked, so they got rid of it. I'm very sad. I had 2 books that I like, drinks that I like, but the one drink, it was the Valencia Orange Refresher, and I just asked for it no water, and then I took my ice, and I would be like, you let it melt a little bit, and it'd be the perfect. So, and it was really funny because they were really inconsistent about whether or not they were going to charge me for the fact that I wanted no water in it because that meant more of the concentrate, and I'm just like, I don't care if you charge me. I just want y'all to be consistent from store to store.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I hear that a lot, and that's part of why I do them. I know that a lot of people don't. Like, I would do more morning time sprints if I could, but I have to be at work.
Yeah. That's my goal for the fall. My schedule's changing in the fall, so I'll have daytimes during the week free.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I can do daytime sprints and not be so tired. I'm very excited about it.
Nice. So, anyways, is anyone else doing Dewey's readathon this weekend? I forget that this happens.
I'm kind of, because I'm doing the video project thing that we were talking about with where I was going to do May flowers, and you were like, you should do April showers. So I'm doing April showers. And I've only finished these.
You've only finished those.
That's so many.
Finished.
Well, plus also like 5 volumes of Your Lie in April.
Oh, how is that the ones we're meant to find?
Yes.
How was it?
I actually quite enjoyed it.
Okay, I have it because it's so funny. I couldn't not buy it.
My biggest annoyance is just there is a specific couple of plot lines that are open-ended, and I wish that one of them was not open-ended.
There.
This is going to be one of those things where I read it and I'm like, Brie, why do you think this is open-ended? It's very
obvious. But I am currently, like I said, reading The Writing Retreat because the Literally Dead live show's tomorrow. So it isn't really with the April showers theme. But I mean, fog is a form of water.
I think that would make that work.
It's a form of water. So we're going with it.
I think that could be, I think you could pass that for a rainy cover.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
my
it's literally droplets of water in the air, as is rain.
Absolutely.
Right, exactly. And then my other books on my TBR for it are Beauty Queens, which I think is going to be a really interesting, angsty time and really funny to read. Everything I Never Told You, which I don't know that I'm going to get to at this point. Heart Safe Passage, which is one of the random Regency-ish. No, this is like War of 1812. It's not Regency. But anyways, and then the
That
project.
is Regency, almost.
Yeah,
Regency
it's like,
is the 1810s, but it War of 1812 would be in the U.S.
right. And then I have Shipwrecked. It's not really water on the cover, but it has to do with water, sort of, because it's blue and it's talking about a ship.
I was going to say, you could totally say that blue background is the ocean and call it a
I
day.
am going
So
to do something that I never do.
That I have to pick from. Plus, I want to finish your line.
Brianna, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That is way too many books for 2 days.
It's not going to happen at all. It's not going to happen
She's
at all.
going into it going like, I know this isn't happening, but I have the stack and it's there and I will pick from it.
Exactly. That's where
These
I'm
are
at.
aspirations.
Yeah. Exactly. The
What is it
goal at the beginning of the month was to read all of these. And then I had to see, I aged off my dad's health insurance, so I had to do that, which has been a whole thing. My church, we had our youth encounter, which I played at and then played the next Sunday. My birthday was this month. Easter was my birthday.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Having to share a birthday with you.
Teddy's barking. That's good.
You have the same birthday as my son then. Easter was his birthday. Too.
And then I'm a pre-K teacher and my kids have their graduation and I'm basically running the whole thing. And so that's happening next week and I've been working on everything for that. And then also we have some plumbing issues at work. And so my class has been now displaced. And so I'm not even in my room to try to finish up the graduation stuff, which it's next Friday. And I'm supposed to be finishing stuff and we've had to be displaced. Not even because of my area's plumbing. Like my little corner of the universe, our plumbing's fine. But the one right next to us is not fine. And they have to like jackhammer into the floor. So we can't be over there because it's going to be loud and potentially not safe for 5-year-olds and 4-year-olds. So.
Well, yeah, and they may also need to, because of the way plumbing is connected, they may need to get into yours as well,
right?
To be able to. So that makes sense, and that would be really disruptive. Like, there would probably be more disruptive to have a jackhammer next door for the kids than just moving them in a classroom.
Yeah. So the chaos brain has not done reading well this month.
Fair. I mean, that's a lot going on.
Exactly. It's like
that's a lot.
Things going on in the brain, and it was just like, this is not what I want. This is not what I planned.
Listen, my chaos brain wants to resurrect and start working on fics that I have not touched since, let's see, when was the last time I published a chapter for this stupid AU fanfic? That has 115,000 words, by the way. I'm like, Margaret, what are you doing? That is more that I'm less than halfway through the season of this show, and that is more than a novel. Let's see. August 20. Oh, I started this in 2016. Okay, so that makes so much more sense. August of 2017 was the last time that I wrote a chapter in this. Okay. It makes sense why I was asking questions about what happens if we introduce this character's father, now knowing that the father was killed by the character. The character killed him. He stabbed him in the heart. So that's going to change some plans that I had for the season 2 plot, but that's fine.
Fine. Everything's fine.
My dumbass in 2016 thought it would be really smart to write a Once Upon a Time AU where it was Killian that Emma found instead of Neil. So Killian is his father. I would have done a few things. Like I did some things differently because I'm like, this is weird if he is having sex with a 17-year-old.
Yep.
True facts.
So I did a few things differently. I would have done things slightly more differently now that I know more about what grooming is. Just like like I think it was reasonably well handled in the first chapter, but still.
This is gonna be
choices were made. And they are not necessarily choices I entirely stand by.
That's fair. I mean, with time.
Yeah, I mean, it helps that they spend 9 years apart after that. So, anyways, hello, lovable reader. We are talking about how sad and ridiculous my brain is because all it wants to do is write fanfic right now, and I hate it. this all started because I started reading Cruel Prince, and I was like, I want Cruel Prince fanfic. And then I went and for some reason went through and read all of my fanfic that I'd written, most of which I have not finished that I have on this computer.
You know.
Anyways, shall we sprint again? Instead of go into like Margaret's entire sordid, sad history of fanfic. And all of the fanfics that she has abandoned. I think the only one on my AO3 that's finished, and there aren't many that's not a one shot, is the I did a Harry Potter AU back before back in 2016, where Emma is the chosen one.
Oh.
So we got through book 1, and then J.K. Rowling started being terrible, and I was like, I don't think we're gonna go through the rest of these books. We don't need to do that. Book 1 is fine.
Fair.
So, anyways, let's go 3, 2, 1, and mute your mics. Hello and welcome back.
Hello.
Hello. Give me just a second. Let me get this down and add Thor.
Hi.
Hello.
We're gonna pretend my hair looks good today. That's
It looks cute.
That's cute. Yeah.
It's like I braided it. When I washed it on Thursday, I braided it to let it dry so that I could like style it over the weekend. And I haven't gotten to that part of the day yet, so
I need to wash mine today so I can
a state of frizz that is special.
do stuff with it tomorrow. So, anyways, how did we do, my friends?
I did 38 more pages.
Nice.
Hey,
We're moving through it.
nice. I got 17 to page 17.
Nice.
I got done straightening up. I mean, like, there's still more things I could do, but like, it's neat in here. It's not.
Mhm.
It's not like chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And I took Mora potty, and she's had her breakfast, so she's gonna come in here and hang out with me in just a second.
Nice.
That'll be good.
Very
And I'm
nice.
ready to read now. I am ready to do
Yay.
the reading.
Go for it.
Yay.
Welcome, Thor. We are glad to have you.
I am glad to be here as well because it was actually funny. Today Calvin has to work, and I was like, "Well, what am I gonna do?" Because he was also he's gonna be doing some things after work, and he's like, "You're gonna be on sprints." Just no breath in between. It's just like, you're gonna be on sprints. What are you talking about?
What are you doing?
I love
It's like,
Calvin. Oh, he is hilarious. I discovered in this sprint that the listening speed that I normally listen to is way too fast if I am trying to immersion read for me to
Yep.
fully take in. Like, I'm like, oh no, if I actually want to be paying attention and annotating and doing this stuff, I have to slow it. So it's now we're down to 1.6 speed.
Yeah, I can definitely see that with annotating. Like, I'd have to slow it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, and I want to like actually read it, not like just skip as we're going.
Mhm.
So, anyways, this book though has such gorgeous, like,
Ooh, I love the illustrations.
I love it. Anyways, but I've started tabbing it. You can barely see it.
It's so exciting.
Mostly it's just me being dumb, like, anyways. So let's see how everyone did. Librarian of Alexandria listened to 30 minutes of listening to the Fiance farce. Everybody read it. It's amazing. Or read it. Did the dishes and put clothes in the wash. Nice.
what's fiance
Nice.
farce?
I believe that is who wrote it. I don't know who wrote it, but it's the book.
It's Alexis Belcour's new
it's
book.
new book, and it's the book that Cal and Brianna are doing for the Boozy, Not Your Mom's Boozy Book Club. So I think their live show is either this weekend or next weekend.
Okay.
Something like that, because they actually read the books they say they're going to read.
The shade.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's good.
Just take
You could throw that
this
shade at
and
us
just
for the
stab
Besties
me.
Book Club too, because I was the only person who read last month's book club. So.
Thor.
Fine.
This is not just about the Rick. I have 2 book clubs that I've just stopped, have not read for so it's just like, I'm like, yeah, that's a great idea, and then I forget they exist.
You know what? It's gonna happen eventually.
Eventually,
The enthusiasm is there.
yes. Yeah, we have to read this first, though. After we've read this, we can talk about Arusha. but I have to read this because the book comes out soon.
Very soon.
I think it comes out like the Tuesday after I come back from Philly or Canada. Technically, I would be coming back from Canada. So, anyways, lovable reader. Currently 57% through Things We Never Got Over. Nice. Sarah made it to page 212 of the Kiss Quotient.
Ooh.
Yay. I need to reread that book. Like, I need to reread
Yeah.
it. maybe the whole series, but definitely the first one.
I need to
I
read
haven't
that too.
continued in the series because I wanted to reread the first one. I listened to it via audio. I borrowed it from when it was whatever the last thing was, Audible Escape.
Yeah.
When they had that or whatever it was. I borrowed it from there. And then Cal talked about it, and now I want to reread it
Yeah.
and like read it through their lens and see what I think.
Yeah, because Cal did that. He
Yeah.
had it was a reading books with autistic representation, I think.
Right, yeah.
I think it'll be interesting. I would like to see him read the Bride Test because I think he might,
Yeah.
just based on some of the stuff that happens in the Bride Test and some of the stuff he's talked about, I think he might identify more with that particular
Yeah.
story.
I think a lot of his issues was the monogamy of it.
Yes.
Which is,
yeah, and I understand that. That's kind of how I am though, so I don't.
Right, exactly. It's like I get it, but also like if you are monogamous, then
I am not a big enough person to be non-monogamous.
Yeah.
Like I want my person to be my person.
Yeah.
I get that. But
I don't even really think about it too much for my own personal life because I'm just like
I don't really think about it too much.
here with me and
I'm
my dog, and that's my life.
If it happens, it happens. It's cool. If it doesn't,
Exactly.
I'm cool.
Yeah, perfectly content with my life.
It's so much different now that like I'm not hanging around in an environment where like you need to get married is one of the biggest things being pushed towards. Like because they don't talk when you're in a lot, especially like Pentecostal and evangelical churches, they don't talk. Like if they're talking about relationships, it's always about marriage. It's never about like oh, you need to get in a young adult group, you need to get married so you can understand. And there's so much pressure. And like once that pressure got removed, I ended up so much happier with my life and where I am. And like it's not that I don't want to be in a relationship or be married. There are some things about it that I'm like, now that I know myself better, I'm not sure how interested I am in these.
Right.
But it's so much different. So much so much of my unhappiness about being single was rooted in the fact that I was in church and surrounded by married friends who were like, you need to get like you want to be married, so you and it wasn't done in love because they knew I wanted to be in a relationship.
Right.
But
yeah, I'm lucky in that aspect. It's like, yes, most of my church friends are married, but they don't pressure me. Like occasionally Kaylor makes like comments or jokes, but it's usually about like he's like, ooh, you should check out this guy or whatever. It's more like that than like
it's made in the right frame of mind.
Yeah, and it was always my friends saw how unhappy and they knew like the friends that I knew, they've known me since I was a teenager. And since I was little, the one thing that I wanted to be since I was little was I wanted to get married, I wanted to have kids. And I'm in a place where I'm like, if neither of those things happen, I will still be happy with my life.
Right. And that's so important.
Took me a while to get there.
It is.
That's so important. You have to be able to be, I feel like to be in a relationship well, you need to be able to be happy with yourself first. Because you can't love others properly if you can't love yourself properly.
So true.
You just can't.
Or at least it's harder. It was really funny. One of my best friends, her husband, tried to set me up with somebody he worked with who was much younger than both of us. He's like 5 years older than we are. And it was so funny because I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. And then I asked her and she's like, he's trying to set you up with that won't work. And she's like, that's not gonna work. It was hilarious. But I'm also not built for online dating, I don't think, because the guys always want to go so fast. And I'm even on the Christian dating sites. I'm like, bro,
you're just trying to start a conversation. This is what I hate when you're just trying to start a conversation and like it goes well for like 5 seconds and then they just send you their peen and you're like,
bro.
I mean, the good news is on Christian dating sites, they're not doing that. But
some do.
But like we'll have like a brief bit of conversation. Hey, do you want to meet? I'd love to like meet, and so we can talk. Like, I'd love to talk about this stuff in person. I was like, if I am going to meet you IRL, I need there to be the same spark that I feel when I meet friends on online that I would meet in real life. Like, if there's no spark not there, I don't want to meet you, and that's hard getting. That's hard getting to. Like, I just felt like I was being manipulated both times that I started talking with someone. I felt like I just feel like I'm being emotionally manipulated because you're trying to like
move it faster than it needs to be moved.
You're trying to move it faster than it needs to be, and it doesn't. Like, I don't feel like you're being honest. You know, I feel like you're holding, which I understand to some extent, but like just the way things, you know, just the way the conversations would go. I'm just like, I just want someone who's like, hey, I'm friend. Like, the way I would love to have is to become friends with someone and realize we're in love. That's the way I would love to have it happen.
That
like,
literally
makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I do not live in a fantasy world where I can meet a really hot guy that I have a knife to his throat and like we both are very mad that we want each other. Like, I can't have that because that doesn't work in the real world. That only
maybe you need to start
fiction.
going to Ren fairs.
The next best thing is friends to lovers.
Be like, can I hold my knife to your throat and us fall in love?
Yeah, of course. Where I work, everyone's in a relationship, or they're much older than I am. So it's like, I see 2 men on a daily basis. Both of them are married, quite happily, and I'm like, yeah, I even if I would date them, but I'm okay. Although it was really funny. I wore the boots to Ares to work on Thursday, and I showed a picture to my boss because she wasn't there that day, and they're like, "You need to get we need to get you a boyfriend." I was like, "I can dress, be good looking just for myself. Thank you."
Absolutely.
Ares for no one other than me. Anyways, I'm sorry, I got us sidetracked.
It's totally okay.
Kay says, it's been sunny here today, but we just had a rain shower and now the smell of grass. I was fairly distracted. You know what? I feel this because rain is one of my favorite things. Well, that's not the dog I was expecting.
Yeah, I know.
I was about to say, I've only seen your dog a couple times, but that's not your dog.
This one's Teddy. My Neff pup. My Neff pup.
Yeah. It's gray and dreary right now. Which is beautiful, and I love it. And a lot of people don't. And I'm just like, oh, you can tell I grew up in Florida. You can tell I grew up in Florida, and I was the beaches are evil girl. Like, there are 2 types of Floridians. There are Floridians who love the beach, and there are Floridians who are like, it's okay.
I mean, you know, I'm gonna be totally honest. The ocean is fucking scary. So, you know.
Listen, you got to respect the ocean. If you respect the ocean, it will respect you.
I don't know. I just think about it and I'm like,
Don't go around touching sharks either, people.
I'm the same way. I've lived by the ocean my whole life, and I'm just like, pools are so much better.
We're not booping no snoot, okay?
When my friend Rachel lived in Hawaii, I went out to see her, and I went out like a week after one of our other best friends had just been out there, and our other best friend loves the beach, and so she's in Hawaii. She's like, I'm gonna go to the beach. This was like 10, 12 years ago, when there were issues, but not the issues they're having now. Like, I would not have gone over now. But they were stationed over there. So I went over there for like 2 weeks, I think. And it was so funny because the night we got there, she's like, are you going to want to go to the beach at all? And I was like, no, I'm not a beach girl. And she's like, oh, thank God. Because she was not a beach girly either.
Yeah.
Rika finished the short story collection and began another. Nice. Yes. Woman Love Woman by Alexandria Belfleur. Marriage of Convenience, model dating a bookstore owner. Yes. Alexandria also agrees that the smell of rain is nice. Let's see. Hillary, I didn't clean like I said. Do we ever? I have to say I'm cleaning at least like 3 times before I actually clean. You know?
It's always just putting the intention out there.
Yeah. I've got to warm up to it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I did read one more chapter in The Final Empire. I'll definitely be able to finish it tonight. Nice. That wrote the hell out of those books. He wrote the hell out of those books that even though he did some awful sins, I'm not I mean, I'm mad about it, but I didn't 1-star it. It's usually an automatic. What he did is usually an automatic 1-star. It's a personal preference thing, not like anything problematic. And I was like, I can't even, like, you did this so well and you surprised me. So I can't even be mad. Like, there was so much skill here. Like, you're not getting 5 stars, although a lot of people, I can see why, but not this one. Let's see. Alexandria says, I like the kiss quotient better than the bride test. The third one, you need to be prepared. And if you're interested in why you need to be prepared, there is a vlog where Thor and I talk about it somewhere. Because that one, I would say
it's in one of our vlogs.
Yeah, it's in one of my vlogs. I think you also have one. It is a romance, I would say, but it is on the heavy, like it's not a rom-com. And I think Kiss Quotient and Bride Test are much more in the rom-com kind of area. And there are funny moments, but there's also a lot of heavy stuff. So it's more
it's more like a romantic contemporary.
Yeah, it's like in the more traditional sense of a romance when you think of like classical literature almost.
Mm-hmm.
And how that goes. Hello, Jean. Just joined. 76% of the Zodiac Academy Cursed Fates, only 200 pages left. How are we feeling about that? I've heard so many interesting things. Loved Kiss Quotient and Bride Test. Alexandria said, I agree if I find someone nice, but I'm happy single. Also, I do have a lot of boyfriends. Boyfriends, that is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very picky about my boyfriends. I have like 3 of them. Thor, how are the ribbons going, my love? Did we?
So I completed just the ribbon part. I did talk to my aunt, and she wants if I'm getting this correctly, she wants the pin to be. She wants the pin and the charm sewed together. And so that is my next thing is to get
step.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
But she liked how I did it. So
yeah.
I'm like,
nice.
As long as you like it, that's all that matters to me. And I found out that the powwow itself is not until August.
You're like, why was I rushing?
Which I'm like, well, okay, so I have to say that usually the powwow that takes place every single year in like my family's community usually is like every May, June. And so the fact that they're having it in August, I'm like, what is even happening? Okay.
That would mess me up too. You know
better, so
you need at least 90 business days before somebody changes a schedule. You know?
I mean, hopefully it'll be at a moment where Calvin will be like, yeah, I can take off like a day from work.
Yeah.
So it is on a weekend, so that's good. Because I'm like, if it's like right when Soren's starting school, that we're not taking any days off. If I don't have to take days off, I don't want to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well that's good though. I mean, at least you should be able to get enough advance notice that he can request off, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
So yeah, otherwise doing well on that point.
Nice. I can't wait to see how they end up looking.
Me too.
So okay. Hello, my dad would love for me to get married, but I don't think marriage is for me. It's funny. I think I could do good being married. I think there's a part of me that thinks I may be too selfish to be able to be a parent, at least, you know, with as much as that takes over your life. I'm just like, I don't know if I'm in a place where I could do that anymore. So.
See, that's how I feel about having more kids, is that, like, okay, so my sister-in-law is having twins, and the entire time that she has been pregnant, her pregnancy is overglorified, and in her personal life there's some things that I'm like, girl, why are you getting pregnant right now? And but also as someone who is like, but also feels I personally like can't help but just feel sad about it, and it's mostly because of the whole like my struggles with fertility, and I'm like,
Yeah.
how is it that I tried so hard and then you just like lay there and make a baby? And I'm like, there's like so many factors in it that I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm happy for you, but I'm also sad for myself. And then there's
I
times
feel that.
where like I think about like the like selfish thing where I'm like,
Mhm.
well, at least I can take my kid to McDonald's anytime I want to when I have the means, and I don't have to spend like $75 on getting all 5 of my kids food.
Yeah. Yeah. No, when my last friend announced her pregnancy or told me about her pregnancy, because I was one of the first people she told. It's funny because it happened like directly after her husband got a vasectomy. Like they got. She told me directly after, but like, I made it through all of church and was fine. And then I got in my car and literally was driving to go have lunch with them and realized that I was never going to be pregnant at the same time as any of my friends at this point, and sobbed the entire time. Just sobbed on the way there. And then I was cleaned myself up and went to lunch. But yeah, I understand that kind of place where like you are very, very happy for them. And also there is a part of you that is very, very broken by that news. So, but again, I love her kids, you know. Let's switching to Pink Pics or Tire. I stopped dating 7 years ago.
I was waiting for us to realize what comment we had up during this very serious
conversation. I have, let's see. I've never actually dated anyone, just never met anyone for me. Yes, friends first, then be a couple. I have never dated anyone. There is a boy that everyone at church thought I was dating because we sat next to each other at church, but I'd always been very clear, hey, like, I'm good being friends. Like, I eventually had to cut that friendship off because he was weird. But no, I will be honest, I have not seen a dick since I was a child. And it was probably a family member's. Because until I was about 6 or 7, nobody cared if they were naked around each other. So,
you know, it's you don't want to have seen a lot of peens. You know what I mean? Yeah. I've seen too many. just trying to make friends, and then I'm like, that's not the friendship I was talking about, bro. Oh my god.
Yes, and that's one of my concerns. Like, it's fine. That's one of my concerns about going on some of like the bigger dating sites.
Oh yeah.
But also, Christian mingle. It's real hard to figure out. Okay, but are you a white supremacist?
Or are you secretly a misogynist?
Sometimes not so secretly.
Yeah, because girls.
I've read some. I remember reading one that it was like, I want a biblical wife, and I was just like, which Bible are you reading, my dude? Like, reading his list. I'm like, that's Proverbs 31, and that woman had a whole bunch of servants. She was rich. She was Taylor Swift. Oh, I'm gonna go tweet that on Twitter. Let's see. My neurodivergent brain cannot do flirting or online dating. Like, yeah, that's me. I just get and I think it's 100% me putting way too much pressure on myself, because there was so much pressure when I did try online dating to have the person that you choose be the one. So, and I still haven't gotten to a place where I'm like, I can be okay with just like going on dates with someone, even though my friend's like, it's just what you need to do. I'm like, yes, but I also was raised in a culture where like, you don't just date. You gotta get to know them, and then it's got to be the person that you think you're gonna spend the rest of your life with. And I'm just like, A lot of people act like dating nights are only I like only paid for a month, and we need to do that as fast as possible. Minimum amount of messages. I understand that.
Yeah.
Tried a few dating sites with the guys that I've liked. I've only wanted friends with benefits instead of a relationship.
Yeah.
All of the guys I've liked have only ever wanted to be friends. Says something about me. Or says something about them. Kay, did you change your icon? Jean wants to know. Oh, yep, never mind. Okay, we're having a conversation that I don't need to be. Yeah, that's why I haven't read the third. It's so heavy. It is. It's really, especially if like the main triggers for it are death of a family member, and like prolonged illness, like having to care for a family member. So, and that is hard. It fucks you up. Let's see. Welcome back, Ro. Becoming a queen is so cute. Most of the peen pics not even true, bitch. Shotgun, you can't even trust if your peen is
And is that not just dating in 2023?
Listen, I need you to have 2 fingers in the pic. Put it.
I'm done.
I am the same. It is a tool. It is meant to be used. I'm not really interested in seeing it and the aesthetic of it.
Yeah, it's
Tis a body part.
It's gonna be scary looking no matter what it looks like. Okay.
yeah, it's not like an attractive body part.
No, it is not. We have much more attractive genitalia, in my opinion. But unfortunately, that's not my thing. So, anyways, like, yeah. Today's newspaper.
like a kidnapping ransom note.
On that note, I think we should let those of us that are reading the Kiss Quotient get back to the Kiss Quotient.
Bree was like, "Listen, I'm out. Bye."
Yeah, this is taking a
talking about
turn.
themes. Nope. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Taking a turn.
Listen, it's taken me several years to get to this point where I can do this without being like ridiculous. Oh,
She's
Thor,
like, "Listen,
Thor
I'm
has
gonna go back to Jesus. Okay, you just stay right here."
Bree is
We love
listening
you,
to
Bree.
us. We're probably making it so much harder for Bree to do whatever Bree is trying to do because she's
Probably.
listening to us.
Probably.
Like, ridiculous. What was your recent favorite book, Thor? Before we go to the scripts.
That's a good segue.
Well, the last book that I read was Barbarian's Prize.
Less of a segue.
So, I did. Let's see. I did get some books in the mail the other day, so that was nice.
Oh, nice.
There's this Jennifer Dugan that's coming out, and they were like, "Oh, we've seen that you like Jennifer Dugan. Do you want to read this?" And I was like, yeah." And then I requested these from a press, Highwater Press, and they finally showed up after like
nice
4 months.
Lovely.
And so, no complaints there.
Barbarians, of course.
And then yesterday I got Icebreaker by Hannah Green.
Oh, I want to read that so badly.
That looks so cute.
And
I'm loving
that's
like
it.
I don't think it fits every book, but I am loving like the illustrated pastel when they're done really well, like the illustrated pastel covers. They're just so pretty.
I will say though, it sometimes is like deceiving.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna leave this one as the last comment that we're gonna get to this when we come back because I would love to talk about some books that people ordered. So let's. 3, 2, 1, mute your mic. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello. How we doing? I found out thanks to Brianna. Brianna let me know that I had accidentally put the StreamYard link in instead of the YouTube link on the Discords.
Oh. It happens. It happens.
It's just things happen. Apparently, what I think happened, because I got the link right in the first two that I posted, and then I sent the link to Bree.
Oh, that's
So
what
it's Bree's
happened.
fault. How did we do?
I got another 38 pages read. So we're getting through it.
I got to page 38.
Nice.
The problem with me is I am easily distractible, and also had to stop a minor disaster from happening.
That's fair. I have the audiobook too, so like I can do other things while still making progress.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am listening to the audiobook.
And I'm not annotating.
Yeah.
So
honestly, for the most part, I'm not needing to pause because a lot of it is just me highlighting stuff. Like the yellow tabs are all stuff about the world and like the plot. Mostly, I'm just highlighting stuff that I want to be able to remember later. There is a lot. Well, we've got a lot of warm colors going on here because I decided to. Usually, I make my characters like blue and green, and then there's ship stuff, which is purple. There hasn't been a lot of purple, or we just met the second character who is the blue one, but I made our main character orange. So
nice.
It's a lot of orange and yellow right now. But how did you do, Bree?
I didn't really get a ton of reading done because Kaiden is being extra dramatic right now.
Oh.
Like the world is ending because heaven forbid he has to play like he does every day.
Life is just really, really hard
It's the
for
end
a little
of
person.
the world because I'm supposed to have fun.
Yep. I mean,
so that's where we are.
Sure.
I got a few pages in, but I had to keep getting up, and like I tried switching out and giving him some different toys that he hasn't had in a while. No. Turned on Bluey. Still random wailing. Moved into the same room with him. Like, I mean, the door was open, so like, I mean, he could see me, but moved into the same room, like literally right there.
Everything's wrong. I feel that.
Sometimes you just have those days where it's just everything's difficult.
Yeah, he's been having a lot more of a rough time with his mood regulation the past few days or so. He's had a few like just like baby tantrum, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know how, you know, I'm a toddler and I don't know what I feel and why I feel. And so
it's hard for adults to process feelings. So imagine being like
exactly
small.
Like,
yeah.
I understand your struggle, my dude. But that doesn't make it easy.
No, no, it does not. No, it does not.
No, it does not. Nice. Okay, how do we do over on your end, Thor? How are we doing with updating the Goodreads ratings?
I'm on I'm on March. March is updating right now for 2023. So I have 7 books left to update, and then I am caught up.
Good for you. I have not updated March or April at this point.
Well, I didn't update 2022 until yesterday, so
you made it through a year in one day though. That's impressive.
Well, see, I was planning on giving it up in 2022. I was like, I don't want to use Goodreads anymore. And then I realized if you don't have some place to put this, you don't know what you've read. Because I got impatient with Storygraph. I'm like, this is too much.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, I think it's good to keep, like, as much as I understand people's problems with Goodreads, I think it's good to keep up with it if you are a reviewer, because that's the one that people expect, you know? That
And it's kind of the one
Amazon.
publishers expect you to put
Yeah.
stuff onto. Like that's just
Yeah,
what they expect as well.
And like Amazon is messed up because it won't let you post reviews for
Stuff you
books
didn't
that you
buy.
haven't bought.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got sent a copy, like you're not able to put a review up on there. So I probably should adjust that in my NetGalley thing. But anyways, let's hold on. There is a comment that we have to, and then we're gonna go to normal discussions. But Kay heard us talking about the illustrated covers, illustrated pastels. Are we still talking about peens? What have we started? Anyways, I said we were going to come back to this. Librarian of Alexandria said, I just ordered some books yesterday. I bought some today. What books did you get? We need to know. I have not gotten books in so long, it feels like.
I just put in an order at Indigo Books for a bunch of books because I needed some for my TBR game and things.
Yeah.
And the library waits for really long. And then they were having a sale. And so I was there shopping on the website anyway. And then things got added to the cart because I was already buying books. So I think they might be arriving today.
Yeah.
But like, you never really know. Trying to hunt down shipping in Canada is a challenge.
I have to figure out that I have 3 books that I need to go either get from the library or I need to purchase because they are going to be for a video project that I'm doing as a collab. So that means I have to get them like this weekend because I need to read them between now and probably next weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, I just realized what that's going to do. So need to read 3 books. So, anyways, that's fine. I'm fine. I think we may be editing as we go for this one. But Ro wants to know, do y'all have thoughts on the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes trailer? I haven't watched it because I have no interest in that.
Same.
So.
I didn't watch I don't plan on watching the movie. I didn't like the book. So
I still have to record my reaction to the trailer, and then at some point I'm going to read the book. However, I signed up for 9 arcs for May on NetGalley, and so I don't really know how my reading month is gonna go in May. Are we gonna read all 9? Probably not. Are we gonna try to read / give a little mini review as best as we can? Yes, but
Listen, are any of them queer? Save those for June.
Okay, yeah.
Solved your problem.
So yeah, and then there's this like little project that I want to start. So like we gotta get in it, and because I was still planning on reading something for the whole like, Peter Pan movie. So
yeah,
my
nice.
I still have to read it, but I want to watch the trailer, and that's it.
Nice. Okay, well, we will move past the Ballad of Songbirds and so that you can like have a genuine reaction to that then, and like come back next weekend, Ro, and ask Thor what they thought.
I have not watched the trailer. I don't know, like, if I happen to come across an opportunity to watch it, maybe I'll watch it, but like I'm not like going out to see it or anything. Like, I'm not going
might
on my
be
way for
something
it.
that I watch eventually. I just know I have not heard good things about the book, and like some of what like, the movie has potential to be improved on some of the things I didn't hear. I've heard about the book.
The book was fine to me. I didn't hate it.
Yeah.
I think that there was some there were elements that I enjoyed, and then there were things that were just like there could have been better choices. I feel like it'll
definitely get you views around the time the movie is coming out. So
definitely. I just don't know if the book was really necessary.
Yeah, that's
like I think we could have just left the trilogy as the fantasticness that is the trilogy, and just left it.
Yeah,
like I feel like you have to be answering certain questions, and no one cares about Snow.
Yeah,
no one cares.
Honestly, the reality is that it was like the reason he became who he became. Honestly, it wasn't valid enough.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
The like there were elements of it that were like great and all, but like in
I
the
mean,
end, in
a
the
lot of
end,
people-
the extreme like
Yeah.
opposite of logic that is like
Yeah.
based on what he experienced, you think that he would be not
Yeah.
the situation that he is, but he's choices.
Choices. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of people end up do not have valid reasons to become the person that they are. To be
Yeah, and
honest.
I didn't feel like I had a lot of questions about it, like from the original trilogy. Like I wasn't sitting here going like, how did this all come apart? Like I felt like it was covered enough.
There were so many other questions in the books.
100%. 100%. Like that was not what I wanted to know from
Yeah.
reading the original trilogy. So
Okay, let's see. 2 hours and 46 minutes left of the fiance farce. That was the thing that was revealed was not surprising but nice, a tiny twist in a way. Nice. Alexandria votes for Storygraph. Jean got to the really emotional part of the Zodiac Academy, moving faster than the last 690 pages. So good at times. Has to go on errands, so I want to read. Okay, nice. Let's see. Lovable readers said I stopped using Goodreads over a year ago. I've been using Storygraph and love it. Yeah, I currently mostly use Bookly, but Bookly doesn't do things in order of how you finished them. It does them in order of how you entered them in, regardless of where you started or anything. So I still use Goodreads to keep track of all of that. And then I just have not had the mental capacity to deal with Storygraph yet.
yeah, I have
Like-
both, but I only really use Storygraph. Like no one follows me there. It's only just so I can get my stats.
Yeah. I eventually wanted to get on Storygraph, but like, it is an Independence bookstore day, by the way. I did not know that until Brianna was tweeting about being sick today. I might stop by my independent bookstore today. I might not. So
I would, but they usually never have anything that I want.
okay. Wow, a lot of books. Okay, so Alexandria bought Nick Blake and the Remarkables by Angie Thomas, Show Us Who You Are, and Like a Charm by Ella Nicole, and then Reach for the Stars by is Michael Craig, I think is what is going on there.
Mm-hmm.
All from 1996. Nice. Okay.
Nice.
Hey, Max. We got more. League of Shadows and other sequels, bits and bobs. Better World Books. Okay, yeah, I might have to look that up. I think I've heard of them, but I haven't. Thoughts on the new Twilight adaptation? Why?
I don't see the point of this either.
My thought is there are way too many books that deserve that. That and the new Harry Potter one. I'm just.
I
like,
also
guys,
don't understand how that has come to
there are
come to
so
pass.
many white authors that are not problematic in the way that these two authors are problematic. Where's the Cruel Prince?
I'm just gonna stay quiet until it's actually developed. Because while I Twilight is a complicated place for me because like while I realize that Stephenie Meyer, like, what is the word? She basically abused the Quileute people for her own means, but also it was the first time I'd ever seen Native youth on an actual movie screen. So it's a complicated feeling.
I honestly that was one of those things that I was like, because it meant so much to so many people that I could have let slide. It's her, the fact that she didn't want to have any Black actors cast as vampires is what got me. That was when I was like, oh, we're distancing ourselves. I don't care what memories I have. I have the memories. We're distancing ourselves.
It's the batshit, just the racism that, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Okay, you're not a fucking vampire. You don't know.
Yeah, and like.
Do you really think that? Oh yeah, they would only bite white people? You're fucking stupid.
No, and pale has different meanings depending on your skin tone. Like it's not like pale is only white people.
I'm just saying, based on the world that we live in, there's no effing way that vampires would only be like, we're just gonna bite white people.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, like, imagine if they had done, like, somebody with, like, really, really rich, dark skin, and instead of glittering like silver, they glittered gold. So, like, all I'm saying is, like, how gorgeous. How gorgeous.
Yeah.
And yet.
And yet,
Missed
And yet so problematic.
instead of taking beautiful opportunities.
my son just came into the room saying, "What did they say you said?" Just send him through the chat, okay? Just send him through the chat. That's the idea.
That's fantastic.
I would have wanted a Hamish book instead. Yes.
Yes.
I could have been down for that all day.
I had not heard that about
That would
Stephanie,
be
but that is so
much
gross.
more
Yeah.
enjoyable.
I think that would have been just more in the vein of the original trilogy too.
Well, also
Yeah.
because we only know how he won. We don't know how he actually like survived.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or,
Him,
like,
there was
you know,
Max,
like
like Finnick
a history of tributes or a history of, you know, like
of the games.
yeah, like something like that where you're like going through like historical moments in the Hunger Games and like the most significant
Yeah.
moments.
That would have been good because then we could have seen some of the other champions that we love from
Yeah.
Fire.
And it could
Or
have been like a collection. It could have been a short story collection situation or like a novella situation where you do like a series of like things, and then that gives you so much more material to work with too.
Absolutely.
Or even like if you want to do a proper prequel, show us what the world was like before we got, like, what got us in the situation that the Hunger Games is a thing in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the whole uprising of District 13 or whatever. Like, give us something like
Show
that.
us that.
Why did you feel the need to create the illusion of control in this way?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, mostly I'm just like, why do something that's already been done when you can do like Nevermore or Amari and the Night Brothers or Legendborn? Like, I'm like, if you cannot fathom the idea of producing a series that was written by, you know, actually choosing authors diverse, like if you like, at least go for one of the white authors that hasn't had their works adapted yet.
Yeah.
And wrote books that were 10 times better. Anyways.
Yeah.
Firekeeper's Daughter is getting a movie or a TV show that Obamas are producing.
Oh, really?
I'm so excited.
I'm out of the loop here.
Why have none of
I
you
always find I
looked
never
at
know
it?
what's going on with adaptations. I'm like, I don't watch enough TV that I have a pulse on what's coming.
I
don't know
just
what's
kind
happening
of
with adaptations or like bookish drama of any kind. I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't know.
find out through you guys usually.
I just kind of vibe, and then I find out about stuff as it happens or as people get excited about it. Like the few that I have my pulse on, like was like Percy Jackson. I'm paying attention to Rick Riordan all the time. So, anyways, but yeah, let's see. I think Fox has bought the rights for Morgan Crow, but nothing has happened yet. So, like, granted, this is before 2020, so it's kind of.
I'm wondering if they're waiting for the book series to be over because I believe the next book is the last one.
Okay. I mean, that could make sense. Also,
Question mark.
Hold on, let me see. When was Morgan Crow option?
Because the last book was supposed to come out, if it is the last book, but the most recent book was supposed to come out last year, and then it got moved a year.
Oh, there is apparently a musical that is in works at Paramount. Movie musical. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the adaptation. This is from 2022. It looks like what they're going for is going to be a movie musical type thing, which
that's kind of fun. After Matilda,
it's a choice. Yeah, it is. It is a choice. I that's one of those things that I think it could, from what I've heard about the book, it could work really well.
I think it could.
I feel like when you make a musical into a film, it needs to be a musical. A movie music, a musical.
Max, I'm unfriending you. I am unfollowing you. I am blocking you on all social media. I'm not going to talk to you at BookNet Fest, okay? Until you've read The Lightning Thief.
I haven't read it either. So we're
Yes, you haven't been friends as long as I've been with Max.
no, and I do own it. It's over there on the shelves. I have it. I have all intentions of reading
Yes.
Percy Jackson.
I gotta get through Lord of the Rings first, and then we'll go to Percy.
I mean, you're reading Lord of the Rings, so I can't get mad at you because that was
I
my
can only
favorite
do
series.
one part at a time.
Yeah, and
No,
Lord
no,
of the
no.
Rings is chunky.
Yes. The answer is a resounding yes. Percy did need to be readapted because they absolutely they weren't bad movies, but they were not an adaptation of the original books. And it's really interesting to see what they are like. There's so much that you can see about Rick's personal ethics that are going through. Like if somebody was going to get readapted, make it Rick Riordan. But they didn't. They never got to the end of it or anything like that. So I am very excited. I'm very sad that Lance Reddick died. I can't remember what is his real name? No, that is his real name. Hold on. What?
Lance
I know
Reddick,
him as
that was playing Zeus.
Yeah, I know him as Detective Broyles, I think it was, from Fringe. Yeah, Lance Reddick. Like,
Oh my gosh, Fringe was so long ago. I was like, I'm sorry, what?
he's one of those actors that like I don't watch a lot of his stuff, but when I see him, I'm very excited to see that he's in stuff just because he's so good. And he has a very nice voice. So, but yes, I think most people here will agree that Percy Jackson needed another chance. There is some drama going on that I have opinions on that people will not like, but like, it's not my fight. It's not my, like, I'm going to keep my mouth shut about it because
I think the only thing that I'll ever say about the adaptation is that there was no fucking point for Lin-Manuel Miranda to be casted when Amari Nolasco was literally right there, and it would be a way better. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Obviously, I feel like it's at some point, I don't know, maybe Lin-Manuel Miranda passed the fucking check. I don't know. But that I feel like that's the only way he got in.
Lin-Manuel Miranda, I enjoy him as a person for the most part. He has some politics that I'm like, but there are, that's.
I just feel like he's not a nice person.
Yeah.
I just get that vibe, so
yeah.
I don't like him.
Yeah.
Also, it's all updated.
I mean, he definitely like. I enjoy his art. Him as a person, he has some politics I don't agree with. Despite agreeing with him on many of them. I am having a blast with Little Thieves Row. I am having so much fun. This is my second time reading it. I love it. I love it so much.
Goodreads says I am 14 books behind schedule.
It thinks I'm 16 books behind schedule, and I'm pretty sure I'm not.
I always feel like Goodreads really kicks you when you're down.
This year, I don't know what it is, but I've never hit 100 books, like in all the time that I've tracked my reading. But this year, not only am I going to hit it, but like I've been ahead of a schedule more than I've been on or behind. It's very strange.
I'm probably on track right now, just with how much I've been reading this month and last month, but we'll see. Anyways, let us go ahead and do another sprint. I'm probably going to do a couple more. I think we got one more. I might do another one after this. I don't know. We'll see. But 3, 2, 1, mute your mics. Welcome back. Can you just
Hello.
There it is. Hello. I have made it to page 67.
Nice.
Means I read 29 pages and finally I literally ended chapter 5 as right before the buzzer went off.
I'm dealing with something, but I'll be right back.
Take your time. All right, how did y'all do?
32 pages, if my math is right.
Nice.
I didn't read a whole ton, but I did get some reading done, and I got like kind of settled and situated. And I ate all my salad. So, yay!
Hey, how are we feeling about our books now?
And it was an intense one.
Oh.
It was an intense day. Like I don't know what he had for dinner yesterday. Buddy.
I mean, sometimes that just happens.
It does.
Sometimes you wonder what you had for dinner.
Yeah, I mean,
I've had days I'm like, woo, whatever I ate last night, should not eat that again.
yeah.
But that explains a little bit of why he was fussy.
Yes.
A little bit, but he's still not like 100% chill, but he's a little bit slightly more chill.
Yeah. Now he's just feeling talkative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So nice. How are y'all feeling about your books so far now that we're a little bit into them?
I'm at a very middle of the road. It's very slow paced. This book started out really strong and then it slowed way down. And then the twist was in the middle, but I guessed the twist. So when you guess it, so that kind of hurts a thriller, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, see, not for me.
It depends on like
I think I
how
guess
you guess it or like how soon you guess it.
yeah, I guessed it very early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it depends on how easy it is to guess it. Because like I had a book, one of Dot's books, her second book. I guessed who did it by like page 20.
Yeah.
Just based off of one thing that the character said,
Mm-hmm.
and me knowing Dot. Like, it wasn't even something that was like a red flag type thing. It just one of those things like knowing Dot, this is who done it.
Yeah.
And she did keep me guessing about like, was I right or not? But like, I was so happy when we got to the end and I was like, my intuition is good.
Yeah.
You're like, I figured it out.
I got it. I am good. But I spend most books trying to figure out what's going to happen next.
See, I don't want to try and figure it out. I want to be surprised. So I don't look into things too deeply in a thriller because I just want to be along for the ride. So if I do figure it out, I feel like it's obvious in a way because I'm not trying to.
I mean, sometimes the suspense of a thriller is you as the audience putting together the clues that the author has given you and knowing what is coming when the character doesn't. You can build suspense that way really
Absolutely.
well. And I think that can work really well for thrillers, but you have to do a good job of leading your audience to that point so that they feel like they have done something in figuring it out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I agree with you on that totally.
So, like, yeah, it's one of those things like you have to have like it can't be what like they're just reading. They're like, oh, I bet it's this. It has to be. Okay, I'm noticing this. I'm noticing this. I'm noticing this. All of these little bitty like clues.
I think there's times where authors really put the breadcrumbs that you're supposed to like pick up as you go, but that's just like brilliant writing on the author's part of just laying just enough groundwork that you feel like you're figuring out, but really you're just figuring it out as you were intended by the author to figure it out.
Yes. That's one of the most interesting discussions I think that came from Game of Thrones was the fact that like the showrunners, if like there was kind of some, I don't know if it was ever confirmed, but it kind of felt like anytime the audience started to guess what was going to happen, they would change it simply because they wanted to surprise the audience. And like there were writers chiming in saying, if you are doing your job correctly and you are foreshadowing correctly, you are going to have readers who figure it out early because you are doing your job and they are doing their job. And like nothing can come from anywhere, and some people are just going to be better at recognizing those patterns.
Yeah.
Especially with an author you know or an author you've read. And so it's not like having your audience figure out what's going to happen is not a bad thing. Sometimes it just means you've done your job and they're very, very intuitive.
Yeah.
So, you know, you don't want to make it easy for them, but them figuring it out is not like keeping them from figuring it out is not the goal. You know what I mean? I've had books where I have figured out exactly what the next plot could be, and they've still surprised me in ways.
Yeah.
How it was going to end. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I feel like a lot of times it's like, you know, make it where we can figure out part of the twist, but add in another layer that we never would have guessed.
Yeah.
Like
add another layer or do something that has them seriously questioning if they were right.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, maybe you can figure out the who, but you can't figure out the why, you know, or the how.
Absolutely.
You know, just something like that where there's something that you just can't figure out. So it makes you question like, well, I'm so sure that it has to be this person except for this doesn't make sense. Or why would they do that? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. The motivation has to be there.
And that's where a good red herring comes in too. A good red herring will have the reader going, you know, I thought this.
Yeah.
But maybe I was wrong.
Yeah.
And if you do it right, the red herring and the actual plot link in such a way you're like, oh, so that's okay, but it's that's why it seemed like this is what was happening, but that anyways.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But it's I mean, like that's something I've always loved doing. And I have friends who are like, you cannot talk to me during the movie because I had a friend, we were watching Deja Vu with it was Halle Berry and what's his name? Oh my god, I love Denzel Washington. I think it was Halle Berry and Denzel. I know it was Denzel. But like I leaned over like 20 minutes into the movie and I was like, it's gonna da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and I named every plot point that was gonna happen. Still had a good time watching the movie, and my friend turned to me at the end and went, I hate you.
Well, and I think there's a difference. Like sometimes you can figure it out and it does kind of take away your enjoyment factor. But there's some books that they're so enjoyable. The ride is so enjoyable that it doesn't matter. Somewhat with For Blood and Ash for me, there was a few things that I guessed fairly early in it, but like when it came out, I didn't care. I still had a great time. Like I still had a good time with it. So
For Blood and Ash was following a formula, and we know this formula.
Absolutely.
You know, and the trick is like every genre has its formula. The trick is making the story beats such that you don't notice the formula. You know what I mean? But yeah, I've always been the person that's like, I want to figure this out ahead of time and be smarter than the author.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's such a Capricorn thing.
That's fair.
It depends on my mood. Sometimes I want to figure it out, and other times I'm just along for the ride. It just depends on my mood.
Sometimes I'll read and just be along for the ride.
What type of thriller or mystery it is. Like some of them, it's like, I want to know. I want to figure it out. And then other times I'm just like, I'm just here for the vibes. I'm just here for fun.
True.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Let's see, where are we? Okay, so Alexandria, big twist I did not see coming, still amazing book. Everyone needs to read this, the Fiancé farce ASAP.
I've heard only fantastic things about
10
this book.
stars. I love being along for the ride. Very rarely I guess it. Yes, also it's not just the plot but the journey. Hello, Mora.
Good.
Also, it's not just the plot, but the journey. I was spoiled for two big things in The Last Sacrifice, but I still wanted to read it to know the context of it. I've had books where I've been worried that a certain thing was going to happen and been like, okay, I can't, like, if this happens, I will be very unhappy if I don't have some forewarning. So I've gone and looked up spoilers and then continued to read the book and absolutely adored it.
Yeah.
So, like, my brother after having gotten yelled at me for some stuff that happened with a movie we watched that he watched first. I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this ending. Why would you let me watch this? This was terrible. He was like, it's a good movie. I was like, no, the ending is awful. I hate it that they're separated. And he was just like, he now, like when we read stuff, a lot of the time he warned me about one of the Harry Dresden books because my favorite character dies. And he's like, it was so funny because I started it, and about 20 minutes later, I get this, because he started it before me, I get this text that's like, hey, Margaret, let me finish this book first and get back to you. I'm about halfway through. Something has happened. Let me see if they fix it. And then he texts back. He goes, you might want to sit this one out. I was like, really? I waited 15 books for this to happen, and you're gonna do this one book later? You're gonna kill him?
Stop looking there. That's weird. She's like looking at the neck and chest, and it's weird. The face, the hands, that's one thing. Like, I understand wanting to lick my face. I just ate food.
Yeah.
I understand wanting to lick my hands. That's what touched the food. But
I am officially supposed to start looking for a breeder, because the next big thing we're doing after this is we're getting Tessa. Yeah. It may not happen until the beginning of next year, but that's the next big thing.
That's so exciting.
Anyways, how are we doing with the Goodreads ratings?
Like I said last sprint, we did finish. And we're taking some things to the dump, and so so as I was in the middle of the sprint, Calvin comes in he's back from work. He comes in and he's like, your baby smells stinky. And I was like, no, because like earlier I came in to check the mail and I smelled something. I'm like, that smells really weird, but I didn't think anything of it. And then I had him stand up, and it was just explosion.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh no. So I spent the entirety of the sprint cleaning my son up and giving him a bath and getting him all good and soapy. And as I'm taking my son out of the bath, Calvin comes in the door and he was like, oh, is there anything else that you want to take? Like, because so-and-so is not here yet. And I was like, are you serious right now? I'm like, do you realize that I had to deal with that rankety situation and you didn't have to do anything? Like, shut up. I was like, can you follow me and just let me do what I gotta do? So like, he follows me, and I'm like, okay, what about this desk? What about that thing? What about this thing?
Mm-hmm.
Have you cleaned it out yet? And he's like, no. Then go do that. I'm trying to dress my child. So then I found a couple of totes and a bag, and I cleaned out this one desk thing that we want to take. And then everything just like, I don't know, maybe Brittany understands this, but like when your babies are like in between a certain age and a certain other age, and you're just in survival mode, and you forget like all of the little things that they had, and you're like, why is this here and not like where it's important, where you're just like shoving things into bags because you're like, it was important. I don't know.
Yep. I totally understand that.
And then
I always think that I'm organized, and then I'm like, well, clearly at that day I was not, but it's called mom brain, and I didn't have time to care at that moment in time.
It was quite literally an entire desk of just like preschool drawings and like my great grandmother's jewelry in there. Like,
yep.
And then I found this belt that my dad gave to Soren when he was like 2 or 3, and I never put it on him. And my grandfather made this. And like, I never met him. He was not exactly a good person, but I'm just like, haha, I have this.
It's gorgeous.
It's very beautiful.
Like, it's handmade.
That is amazing.
Hand beaded.
Here you are.
And I'm just like, how did such a horrible person make something so nice?
I mean, a lot of horrible people make nice stuff.
I know.
That's why we have so many horrible people in the art.
It sucks because sometimes my mom is like, oh, you're so much like your grandfather because he liked books and he liked horror movies and things like that. And I'm like, you're comparing me to somebody who literally beat the shit out of you, Mom. Like,
yeah, that's, feelings about parents are complicated. So
Like, I appreciate, I get what you're trying to say, but also, like, no.
I mean, she at least, she sees the good parts of him and you. Whatever good parts there were.
That's true. So, yeah, I saw this, and I was just like,
Yeah.
none of my sister's kids are going to be wearing it, that's for sure.
Oh, ouch.
It's mine.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, let's. I've had that happen. The thing with the movies, I've had that happen too with the Kevin Bacon show. With marathoning with my friends one time in college, and they were like, "Stop spoiling." But then I'm like, "How can I spoil if I've never seen it before?"
I just know random trivia about it. It's not my fault.
I always do this with buddy reads though. Like if I'm starting to suspect something, I'll be like, I'm suspecting something, but I won't say what it is, just in case the other person, just in case I'm right.
That's why. Do you remember the tweet I sent you a DM about page 414, and I was like, I can't believe it, but like I figured it out so late. I'm like, I don't know how much of this I figured out because I know things that you may not know yet.
Yeah, exactly. So like with buddy reads, sometimes I'll be like, I'm suspecting something, but I don't want to tell you just in case I'm right and I spoiled the second half of this book.
Mm-hmm. I did that. Speaking of Twilight, I did that with Breaking Dawn. Like I remember sitting straight up in bed because so the situation with we all went to go get it together.
Yeah.
And so my friends were at their timeshare, so we're all on this queen bed. There's Hannah on one side of me, Rachel on the other side. And we're all reading this book together. It's the very first buddy read I ever did. Back when buddy reads were IRL. And I remember sitting halfway through the first half of that book. I remember sitting up going, I have a suspicion. And being really excited about it, which that was a choice. But I was 16. Please give me some grace. But I have a suspicion.
Remember how I felt reading Twilight for the first time? I was a teenager. Like it's a different life.
Formed.
Yeah.
Yes. It's before I knew about things like grooming. You know what I mean?
Now reading it, I tried to do a reread of it last year, and I got 2 books in, and I went, I just want to live in the world where I used to like this.
I would not be able to with Edward at this point.
Because it just was too much. It was like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
I'm just going to live in a world where I was 16, and I didn't realize this was what it was.
Yeah. What was that you said, Thor?
I said whenever I reread it, which is quite often, I will say I haven't read it yet this year, but like whenever I reread it, I just sit there and I just giggle. I'm like, he's so dumb.
It is.
Like for a 117-year-old, you're a freaking idiot.
Well, I mean, the thing is I feel like the way Stephanie Meyer kind of approached it was their brains got froze at the maturity that they were at when they became vampires. Because like we see that with the children.
Yeah. That's kind of how I approached it when I read it. And also like considering, the age, in comparison to, like how old Carlisle is versus how old Edward is. I feel like in vampire terms, like their brains develop slower.
Yeah.
Or like, mature slower. That's how I approached it when I read it.
This is an interview with
I wouldn't have been able to get past it.
Yeah, this is an interview with a vampire where you have a 12-year-old with a grown woman's mind. Like, that's not what we're dealing with here. But I remember sitting up and going, I have a suspicion. I'm not going to, because they knew I'm right about stuff a lot. So I was like, I'm not going to tell you what it was. But if it happens, I just want you to know I was right. And I went back to it.
The first time I tried reading it, I DNF'd it.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know what the fuck is this. And then my friend was reading it and she was like religiously reading it and it was taking up all her time. And I'm like, I am so tired of sitting here. And meanwhile, all you're doing is reading and I'm trying to make conversation with you and you're just being fucking rude. So fuck you. And I just read it.
One of our
friends, like, I need to talk. If you're not going to talk to me, I need to talk to you about something that you will pay attention to.
Oh my God. One of my friends, one of our friends, he read it because his girlfriend was into it. So like he read it. He read quite a few books because she liked them. And so he wanted to be able to talk about them. I was like, that peak boyfriending. Good job.
that is like key to a relationship, is like actively taking the time to get to know the other person's interests enough to, be able to like let them share about stuff, or, you have a conversation with them about stuff. Like,
Just letting them hear about it in
agree.
general.
I agree. Like you need to show interest in what the other person's
yeah.
doing. But there's a few people on BookTube who are like couples and they read books together, and I'm like, that's what I want in life.
Yeah.
Right?
Where do I sign up for
Where
that?
do I say
Calvin's a slow reader, so I'd be the one reading it to him. But when I was in high school, I think I was like a freshman or a sophomore. But I remember there was this one couple that was participating in Orland Terp with me. And they were so cute. Like they would read like Jane Austen, and like they didn't read Nicholas Sparks, but they would read like Jane Austen and like a bunch of other classics together. And like he would read to her, and they would like they were a fucking indie movie, I swear to God. And I thought that they were gonna follow each other to college and get married and fall in love. No, literally 2 months into being in college, she dumps him. And then he came back home with his tail tucked between his legs, and he became a coach. And I was like, like the first thing I said to him, I saw him working out at the gym at my school, and I was like, I am so sorry that this happened to you. And he just looked at me, he's like, thanks. I wanted to die. I was like screaming, crying, throwing up.
Sometimes college that's when you figure out, what, this person that I knew, like, our lives are not going to align. This is not a good idea. So, but yeah, that's funny. No, that's one of the few things. I want someone who shares my religion and someone who's a reader. That's it. And someone who has a job.
Yeah. A job is a good one. Yeah.
A job is a good one.
A job is very important.
A
They
job.
have to like dogs, Jesus, books, and my nephew.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
also not a white supremacist. That's a big one. Like not a Nazi.
Yeah. Mhm.
That should go without saying, but sometimes it's hard to find those. Apparently, especially in my dating pool. All right. I think let's do one more sprint potentially. And then hi. Hello, Lauren.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm
And we'll
gonna
see
mute
you
my
at the
mic.
end of this sprint. All right. So let's go ahead. We'll get the 45 up there because I feel like I want to sit down and like really read for a bit. So
Sounds
3, 2, 1, mute your mics. Welcome back.
Hello.
How's it going, everybody?
Hello.
Hello. Hold on. Let me. Okay, page. I made it to page 89. We're on chapter, I think, 6. There are so many tabs in this book. Oh,
I love that.
I'm just tabbing it up.
I love it.
Anything that I find funny, anything that I find interesting. That was 22 pages that time. I had to take a break to request the books that I need for that collab
Mm-hmm.
that I have to start on Monday. So, anyways.
I'm gonna have to go soon,
Okey-doke.
but I just wanted to say that everything got taken to the dump and my allergies are deciding, hi, I'm here.
Oh, I hate it when they do that. It's a koala. Yeah,
And
I
Harley's here, so
Hello, Harley.
I come to say
Yeah,
hi.
I feel that. You know I feel that, Thor.
so now I have to get ready, and we're gonna go try to find a stand for the TV
Nice.
Good.
because it was formerly sitting on the bookshelf, and the bookshelf was like not doing well, or it wasn't a shelf, it was a desk. The desk was all like benty.
Discombobulated. You get a stand.
So
for that.
I'm gonna go because I gotta get ready.
Do it. We will see you.
Okay. Bye. Thank you for inviting me. Have a good day.
You too.
All right. How did y'all do?
I got to 226. I don't know where I ended last time.
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
I should be able to finish this today.
Nice.
I'm having a blast reading this. Like, there's so much. Both of the main characters in this are Demi.
Right.
So it's really funny because there is a scene that she's trying to do some stuff, and like he is acting his ass off to make it look like she's in fact actually like affecting him the way she thinks he is. And it's great. Like you can see there's a moment where he's like, "Oh, what's happening?" And then
Oh no.
Oh no. We were doing so well.
I
We got
cannot wait for
We
my
got
hours
before that happened.
we were doing so well. How did your spring go, Bree? While we're waiting for Margaret to come back.
It was not bad. I got Kaiden his lunch. He ate pretty well, and then I am now a third of the way into book
Nice.
and still having an excellent time. It's paced really well. The vibes are there for me. It's like this is the vibe for me right now. It's going great.
Awesome.
So that's been good. I would like to finish this today and read other things today.
Mhm.
We'll see how that goes. I started to get a little bit of a headache, so I had to switch from my. Oh no!
Oh no.
Dipping out and
We
coming
both
back.
had the moment of, oh no.
But I, you're back.
Is it a live stream on my channel if I don't disappear for at least part of it?
I don't think so. I think it's an essential part.
It truly has gotten worse since we got this new internet. I hate it.
Brianna, now that you mentioned the post office, I should have gone to the post office today. My P.O. box closed like a few months ago because I didn't set up auto pay.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have a bunch of pen pals that haven't been able to mail me because my P.O. box isn't my P.O. box anymore. And I need to go and reopen it. And they're only open during the hours that I am at work.
Ah, that's hard.
They're open 8 to 5, and I work 8:30 to 5:30. Or no, yeah, they're open like 8 to 5 or something. So, and I work 30 minutes away, so it's impossible.
Impossible to do.
Yeah, and so I should have gone today but they close at 12.
Yeah, so does mine.
So I can't go now. It's too late.
I've had to go during sprints on Saturdays.
Mhm.
Because there is one that's close to me that's open till 6, but by the time I get off work at 5,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get home, trying to get dinner. It's just like, no. So I put on my Pango like ships out on Saturdays.
Mhm.
Like I am not going to ship out any, like I will ship out once a week and that is it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyways,
I'm gonna have
let
to
us
make a reminder for that for next week, so I actually finally do it because it's been like way too long, and I feel like a terrible writing friend right now
Aw.
because I'm just like I haven't responded to anybody, and now nobody can send me anything, and I'm just
Yeah, no, that's frustrating. What was I thinking? I don't remember. I need to get a. That's what I was thinking. I need to get a PO box at some point because,
Mhm.
like, I would like to be able to list it if people want to send me
Yeah.
stuff. But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna list my home address. Like some of
No,
y'all have my home
right.
address.
I wouldn't either.
Nope, not at all.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Okay. Jean says Zodiac is getting so good.
Yay!
Requested to be Brittany's friend on Goodreads.
I've approved this.
Nice. I do not think my Goodreads is listed in any of my videos because I'm terrible at Goodreads. So I'm just bad at it. And then let's see, Kay had a lovely shower. Now I plan to chop off 4 inches of my hair. Okay. Okay.
Nice. New look. Love that.
Well, how many books do you read at once, my friend? Started the book that wouldn't burn by Mark Lawrence. He's the one that did the Red Sister, right? Brianna got back from the post office. Blah, 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 acknowledging that Margaret disappeared.
Mhm.
I figured that was Brianna sells a lot of stuff on Pango. I need to get more of my books on Pango on. Yeah.
I want Pango so badly. Like, I'm so jealous.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah, you do need to ship. You do need to ship the books when you sell them. So here's the thing about my post offices, at least because they do have slots where you could drop parcels off overnight. But the box that the slot for it is about this big. So there's a certain size after which you cannot. And I tend to I just tend to reuse Amazon boxes when I'm shipping stuff out.
Yeah.
So I have yet to I should see if you can just print the label and leave it for your postal worker to pick up, but I don't know.
Yeah.
5 stars for the kiss quotient.
Yeah.
Yay. I'm gonna have to add my stuff back on. I wish I had Pango too. I have Pango FOMO. Yeah.
It's so the Pango FOMO is real. Although I think I would be buying so many books if we had Pango. So maybe
That's why I haven't gone on to it because I feel like it would be really dangerous.
Yeah, and I think you even have the option with Pango to keep your money in Pango.
Yes.
So yeah, so that would be a dangerous game. That's a dangerous game.
Yeah.
I have some money that I need to send to my bank account.
But I still want it,
Mhm.
Maybe if I save up the Pango bucks, eventually I will have enough Pango bucks to buy a copy of the Little Thieves Illumicrate without feeling guilty for spending $100 for a book.
That's fair.
I can understand the small markup for a special edition, but again, I think it's really stupid to charge 3 times what you paid for the box.
Yeah.
For a book. For a book. I don't care how pretty the sprayed edges are.
Yeah. That's one thing I don't love is super fancy editions for book boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Because as cool as they are, it's very consumeristic.
Yeah.
And
do not get me wrong. I would sell my soul for a special edition of The Little Thieves. I have the special edition of Painted Devils coming in. Would sell my soul.
Right. Yeah, it's at some point it's not very sustainable for
It's just that
yeah.
I totally understand what you're saying.
As much as I love the pretty editions that I have from Unplugged,
Mhm. Yeah, I totally understand. It's impossible. Well, it's not impossible, but it's all next to impossible for me to get them in Canada because the cost to ship from any of the special editions just like triples the cost of the box.
Yeah.
And it's like at some point, it's like, do I need to be spending that much on a book?
All right, so here's the question: Is
I have to
this?
really love the book.
Yeah, and like I'd be willing to spend like $60 on this book, but I'm not spending $100. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is not happening. So I can wait. I can wait until people decide they don't like it and they want to unhaul it from their shelves and all of that, and they're trying to get like it's. I can wait.
Mhm.
Stop. I have the Illumicrate Little Thieves. Listen, if I had known how much I was going to love this book, I would.
Yeah.
Like, I just feel like occasionally Illumicrate and the others, they just need to bring back the special editions.
Yeah, that is another thing that drives me crazy is because it's like you don't know if you're gonna love the book if the fancy editions come out right after the book was released. You don't know if you want a fancy edition or not.
Right. Absolutely.
So,
Like, give us a year at least to read the book.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
I have at least
fancy
4 books open at
for,
the
like,
same time.
anniversaries. Totally down for that.
Exactly.
Totally love that.
Alexandria, are you okay?
30?
I have 30 books currently reading on Storygraph. 5 to 6. Okay, 5 to 6 sounds reasonable.
Right?
If
I just started like rapid blinking because the thought of 30 books gave me
I am getting there. Hold on, Kay. You can. I'm the word nerd on both Instagram and Twitter. I answer Twitter way quicker because I'm on there more often. But yeah, send me a bell.
See, for me, if I get to a certain point where I feel like I haven't picked up a book in too long, then I take it off of my currently reading, and I will restart it if I pick it back up.
It depends. Like there are some books that, like for me, it's like if I finish it within the year that I've started it, it stays on my currently reading. Once we get to the next year, unless there is a certain, let's put it this way, there is a certain point where I get to a certain percent into the book where it is staying on that currently reading shelf.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually it's like I started a book for a specific reason, and then I was either in a slump, in a stress mode, or I ended up reading something else, or I didn't finish the prompt for whatever readathon I picked it up for or whatever.
Yep.
And usually I'm not far enough into it that I wouldn't be okay with just restarting it. So usually if it gets to a certain point, I'm just like, she's just going to go back on the shelf. We're going to try her again later.
Nice.
I totally.
I put it in writing so that you can find, like, you can just copy paste my username, okay? But yes, do get in touch with me. Like, I'm more than willing to pay cost, a small markup plus shipping. Like, that's cool. But I am currently reading after one page. That's kind of how that happens. Yes, there are some books I started last year. I have books over there that have been on my there's one, it's a Rachel Held Evans book. It's been on my currently reading since 2021, but I have one chapter left to go, so I refuse to say I'm not currently reading.
That's fair.
I'm like
That's fair.
I do have weekends where I try and focus on finishing books. That seems to be how things work really for me typically, is where I like during the week, I'm not able to focus on reading. But when we hit the Friday night, I'm like, okay, we can read.
I want to read everything.
I want to read it. Although this week I do actually have to play in D&D.
You're going to have a very busy week, I think, Margaret.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Well, it's my brother likes to make choices in our games that make me have to take the plans that I already had and move them up. Like there are a couple of things I'm like, oh, these 2 things, and I need the answers for this, but we can get that later. And we can do that later. And I'm just like, oh my God. He's like, wait, why don't we do this? And I'm like, I fucking hate you. I love you so much, but I fucking hate you. Like, now, not only am I preparing this way earlier than I was expecting, I also have to make sure that you guys don't die. Yeah. My favorite is when he was like, what's the worst that can happen? Like we'll just go after your biggest. I'm like, the biggest baddie right now is a dragon, sir. Do you really want to go for a dragon? So, okay. Shall we? I think one more sprint.
Sure.
We do have other things.
I'm just chilling and reading all day as much as I can.
Sure.
Is my life
I'm
goal.
I'm trying to finish this, so that's
My life goal is for the days to avoid responsibility and be the bookworm that
Be the
I want to be. Like,
bookworm.
I don't know if anybody has seen the post or like the real audio where it's like there are bookworms that actually read the books, and then there are book dragons that hoard the books.
I've seen that.
Dragon.
Can I just take you guys in a little lesson down Old English? Worm is actually what they would call dragons at one point.
I actually knew that because it's in Game of Thrones that way.
Yeah, it's spelled WYRM, but it's where we got that.
That really makes me think about Benedict Lightwood now in a different light.
He didn't turn into a dragon.
He went Maleficent mode.
No, he went full on worm. He turned into one of those things from Dune. He was in the wrong book. I did not know that. I will try and remember that. You'll probably have to remind me, Renee, but I did not know that was. I just assumed that like Alexandria was the name. That was a play. In Norwegian, it's called a reading horse. I like that. I love that.
I love it.
I want to be a reading horse.
I saw on the interwebs one day, and I want to do like a little thing about it at some point of like old like bookish slang, because like instead of bookish in the 1930s, you were booksy. If you liked to read, you were booksy.
That's so cute.
I like that.
And I want to like see if I can find more things like that, like more like older terms from like the book world, and like make like a little collection. That would be so fun.
I like that.
That is adorable. Booksy. That's such a cute word. Let's bring that back in vogue. We should bring that back.
Right?
You know, like not much needs to come back from the 20s and 30s, but let's bring that back.
Yeah,
I agree.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Oop, hold on. We got to get this reset real fast.
I need to get the rest of this espresso in my system. I'm starting to get the afternoon slump.
Mm-hmm.
Espresso, get it.
Always.
Not happening today. No naps allowed.
We always need the coffee in the afternoon.
Oh yes.
I may actually take a nap at some point, but not yet. Not until after this sprint, at least. Okay.
I decided that this, like most Saturdays, I end up napping in the afternoon if I want to or need to, if I'm not like actively busy.
Mm-hmm.
But today is going to be no sleep. I'll read.
It's like I must read the books.
Yeah, I want to enjoy my hobby, so I must sacrifice sleep.
I mean, it's one thing to sacrifice a nap. It's another thing to sacrifice sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And only occasionally, like, you know, an all-nighter for funsies, you know, more power to you. I've done it a few times, not a lot.
So this particular little fact, in the 1700s, I want to say around that time, all the women loved to read. The men thought it was dangerous and unhealthy. Yes, reading has always been, especially, I think what you're thinking of is around the, well, I don't know exactly when like the first novel was written, but around the time that the novel was written, there was a lot of moral panic around the idea that women were reading novels because they thought it was going to make us hysterical. I'm just like, I mean, the dudes, you're already doing a good, you don't need help.
Let's talk about the reality. They were just afraid of women becoming more
smart. or having access to more knowledge. 'Cause a lot of women were
Exactly.
smart but did not have access.
Being more educated and having stronger voices because of that education, and then speaking up and let's be real.
And how dare we have opinions and things that may be different.
Yeah.
Imagine a time traveling 17th century man seeing smut books. I would actually like to be a fly on the wall.
I mean,
Somebody
that
write
should be
that
a
book.
plot of a TV
Somebody
show.
write that book.
I know.
Write that little novella right there.
That's like a Kate and
There's a KU
Leopold
novella.
retelling wanting to happen.
Oh,
Yeah.
Somebody write that KU novella.
Oh my god, that's hilarious and adorable. Okay, let me go ahead and start this timer so that I can get back to my book because it's getting good.
Sounds good.
I love this book so much. 3, 2, 1, mute your mics. Welcome back.
Hello.
It's amazing how far you get when you're actually reading and not being distracted or having to avert disasters.
There you go.
So, anyways, hold on. Go ahead. How'd y'all do?
I got 38 pages read. I'm liking the second half of this book significantly more than I liked the first half.
Yeah. Yes,
Like, you know those part 1, part 2 situations?
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
that's good.
I feel like with some books, like the necessary setup is not it's not the most interesting all the time. Sometimes it takes a bit long. But then what it sets up and the way everything connects, it's like, holy shit. And then suddenly it's a 5-star book or a 4-star book.
I agree. I think it could have been shorter. Like,
Yeah.
I think it drug on. Like, if it would have only been like 100 pages, I think that would have been fine. But it went for like 175.
That's 200 pages, my dude.
That's just a little bit for a 300-page thriller. That's a bit long.
Nice.
But still, I'm liking the second half better.
Beautiful. What about you, Bree?
So, I got the baby to go to sleep. He is napping, so that was good.
That is an accomplishment.
I did do some reading, but not a ton because
Baby.
but then also, I had a very unfortunate realization, and that is that the Literally Dead live show was today, not tomorrow.
I mean, I think you still have a few hours.
It
Potentially.
was a little bit ago.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to have to rewatch it anyway. So I could have just
Done something else?
continued with my original TBR for my raining of April and showers of April, but it's fine. I'm enjoying the book anyway, so it's fine.
Mhm.
You know. But like I originally thought that the live show was today, and then I thought the other day I was like, wait, no, it's on the 30th, not the 29th. In my brain, I was wrong. And I think it's because I have too many things in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, I know on the 30th I'm judging a talent show at church for the little kids. It's gonna be so much fun. We're doing like a little we did it like years ago. My dad came up with this idea to do New Vision's Got Talent. So it was like a church talent show. It was
So fun.
We did it for the youth group, but now it's been like 10 years and they hadn't done it since because my dad left the church or whatever. So they hadn't done it since, but then they like are doing kind of the same thing again, but it's like for the little ones because they have joined like this whole like talent show, not showcase, like a showcase competitions, but like not really.
Oh, is it fine arts?
Yeah, it's the fine arts.
Okay.
So
I did fine arts for a couple of years at my church.
even though we're not denominational, so we're not
Yeah.
but they
I don't think there's any like I think any church that can participate. I don't think you have to be like an Assemblies of God church necessarily to be.
technically you do.
You do.
But they were very gracious in allowing because we're willing to like we follow the rules, you know, like we understand this is your thing for your denomination, so we're going to follow your rules,
which is not,
you know,
like the rules are not that hard. Most of it is
nothing
just
crazy. It's nothing crazy.
Typical, like arts competition rules, but with Jesus.
Exactly. But yeah, so we've started doing that in the past year or so. They've started like last year we had one girl go, and then this year we had I think like 5 or 6 teams go, which was really cool.
Yeah,
they're wanting to like let the like younger kids kind of get to, you know, be a part of it a little bit. So like we're doing like a little talent show for them.
Yeah,
so fun. That's tomorrow. So I think I got the 30th and the 29th things all like, you know.
Yeah, I think you
have to talk about all the other things going on in my brain. So
I think 12
it happens
to do fine arts. I think you have to be 12 is the or was the youngest age that was okay.
Yeah.
We actually the church that they do they did, I don't know if they still do it there, but the regional competition in or is it Nationals? Oh my God, I can't remember. But there's a church in Orlando.
Yeah, the
Pastor
nationals,
there.
nationals, I believe, are in Florida.
Yeah, okay, because the pastor there actually was the youth pastor of my church before he moved to be youth pastor there, and like they built this whole big thing. He was the youth pastor that had me and my brother coming home talking about puppet sex. They did a purity conference every for 1 month of the year, every on Wednesday nights for the youth group, and it was really funny because one of them ended up having puppets making out.
Yeah.
It was one of those things that when I was 16, it was hilarious with the music.
I'm sure.
It was just funny. Now I look at it and I go, brainwashing.
I feel like, what is happening?
So.
Oh dear.
But yeah, it's an attempt to get fine arts is an attempt to kind of get like Jesusify experiences that theater kids get that a lot of the time, especially if you're like homeschooled, which a lot of religious kids are, especially in the Assemblies of God, like it gives you that experience.
And
I think
what's also really good about it is that it encourages kids to enjoy, their hobbies, and like enjoy art, but like in a Christian setting that, outside of that, you're doing it, not.
It does. The one thing I did
it's
try
fine,
to tell kids was like,
give that opportunity as well.
Yeah, if this is something you want to do, because I did drama all through from elementary school to high school. I was in a drama group. The thing is because we were doing church plays and we were doing stuff that wasn't recognized. Some of the stuff was stuff I wrote myself. Because we were doing that, when I got to college, I was woefully underprepared as far as my acting resume went. So that's one of the things that I would have to keep an eye out for the kids that really, really enjoyed doing it. And luckily, most of them were already plugged in at their school. But yeah, it's nice that they give the opportunity, but it also leads to less opportunities later sometimes, and you have to be mindful of that.
Yeah.
So that's the only like downside for me. Also, when I was homeschooled, was that there were certain things, like when it comes to the arts, if your kid is into the arts. There are certain things you cannot provide if they are in a homeschool setting. You just can't.
Right.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we homeschool, and I would say that's completely accurate.
Yeah.
But we homeschool because my son has special needs in school.
That's just, like there are
a very different situation. But yeah, absolutely. Because there's certain things that like you cannot do.
Yeah, exactly. And there are very valid reasons. Yeah, there are very valid reasons to homeschool.
Yeah.
And you can do it and give your kids a quality education, because my brother and I were always testing above our grade level. My mom barely put in any effort. My entire 7th or 8th grade year, whenever I was starting to learn, that was entirely self. Like she bought the books for me and said, "This
right."
I was in charge of it.
Yeah.
Poor decisions on her part, but we were still testing above our level when it came to grade stuff, and we were involved in the co-op and all of that stuff. But yeah, there just is when it comes to sports, when it comes to the arts, if that is something that your kid is passionate about and something they may want to pursue, you need to get them hooked up with local theater stuff, local sports stuff, within public school, even if it's just dual enrolled. You need got it.
Yeah, something like a community theater or something.
Yeah, you can do community theater. I think when it comes to arts, if you can find a school that has a good arts program, they are going to have a play and a musical that they do every year. They're going to have so many opportunities to grow their skills, to be in things that will get them into some of those community theater things, all of that good stuff. Because a lot of community theater, it's harder to get kids in.
Yeah.
Unless they're doing Oliver.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I'm sorry. That was a rant. I didn't mean to do that. Rose says, watching Big Fish Realm's Best and Worst Books of 2023, Q1. Nice. Ashley always has such interesting things to say about books. I love watching her videos. Do I watch them as often as I should? No, but that's the case for everyone.
Literally,
I have too many people I'm subscribed to at this point. And there are people that I prioritize like Ashley, but I also haven't been watching videos lately. I'm bad. I'm terrible. I'm a horrible
I'm
person.
incredibly behind on watching people's videos, so
Yeah.
I've been like trying to go back through everybody and catch back up. I'm
Yeah.
currently going through Cal and watching back, and let's see. I think I'm finally into 2023 videos.
Yeah.
Like when I went to start catching back up, it was like June of last year.
Oh
I
my
love
god.
that. It's hard. It's impossible to stay up to date on everything because there's only so many hours in the day.
My obsessive compulsive heart cannot skip.
That's
I have
fair.
to go back. I can't just start where they are now. No. I need to go back to the last video of theirs I watched, whoever it is, and catch up.
That's fair. That's fair.
See,
And
for
so then
me,
when I
as long
watch
as it
someone
makes it
new, I
on,
go back to the beginning of their channel and everything that they still have public, I will watch it
that's so
in
fun.
order.
For me, as long as it's on my watch later, it's cool. Like if it's a part 1, part 2 thing, I will go back. I'll
Mhm.
watch part 1. But everything on my subscription list goes into my watch later, which is why there are so many videos in my watch later.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'll go through and get rid of some stuff because like I'm not watching TBRs after we get too far past with like if
Yeah.
it's April and you're the TBR I have for you is in March, I'm not watching that. Sorry. But like I'll watch wrap ups, I'll watch vlogs, I'll watch a lot of stuff. But that's
Only
why my
certain people's TBRs,
Yeah.
if it's old. Like some people, they give like hints about things or whatever in their TBRs, or some people just the way they talk about the books. Sometimes I want to listen to the TBR because they like give a summary of the book there and not really in the wrap up. But typically, if it's older and there's a wrap up, then I'll just
watch the wrap up.
It's like one of the few things I'll skip.
Yeah.
Because it's basically the same information, but like more information.
Exactly.
I like live shows.
What the book is about, plus their experience with it. So
Yeah.
it's like,
if it is a live show and it is not something I'm super invested in or a book I super love,
yeah.
or one that I want to go back to and watch a live show later,
hmm
I'm not watching it.
Yeah.
If I didn't watch it at the time, I'm not watching it later probably. I'm bad. I'm terrible. Let's see. Renee says just 30 minutes left of the audio. Still so amazing. Kind of curious why there are 30 minutes left. Maybe I'll love the epilogue, interview with the author. That is always a guessing game with audiobooks. Like I'll be like, so like what's gonna happen in the next there's an hour left, but we're done now.
Yeah.
It's definitely obvious on things like Scribd because usually like Audible and Libby will have the chapter headings listed. So if there's an interview, you can like see that that's at the end.
Yeah.
But on Scribd, there's no like real break. It's just broken down, but it doesn't say what it is. So then you'll be like, oh, well, that was an hour less than I needed.
Sometimes they don't title it correctly when they go from, the files that the audiobook producer makes.
Mm-hmm.
The producer will title it like, this is the credits and this is the this and this is the that. And sometimes they'll put it in and they don't put it right. So like they might put the introduction as chapter 1.
Yes.
And that makes me so angry. Because it's not the chapter 1, it's the introduction. And so then every time you're trying to find where you're at, if you're going back and forth between audio and physically reading, you have to like remember to not click on. Oof,
Yes.
Very annoying. Drives me crazy.
That is real book problems.
The first 2 chapters here, because nothing's labeled on this. The first 2 chapters on this audiobook are the introduction and the foreword. So, like, chapter 1 doesn't start until
Chapter 3.
which is fine. I'm fine. That's great.
Yeah.
Because I figured that out early. But that is really annoying sometimes.
Yeah.
So, and it really does have to do with, like, who published it. Let's see. Speaking
Yeah.
of church, in the early 2000s, a Norwegian singer was doing a national tour, singing, among other things, in churches. He did not get to sing in this one church because a song of his has 1 or 2 swear words in it. It was a whole thing because just one church said no to the singer. The priest who said no is my uncle, and the singer is a friend of my dad's. That's awkward. 70% of Babylon's ashes. Nice. I love it. That was such a good book. That was so. I think that's Nemesis Games is the first time we get a Naomi point of view, and Naomi is my favorite. She's my absolute favorite. Yes, Ro, have a great rest of your Saturday too. So, okay, I think hold on. I should probably tag Bree in here because I know I have Thor. And let me, while we are sitting here doing outros, let me tag Bree because I was not expecting a Bree.
A wild thing is here.
So that's
Wild.
that's fun, but I was not prepared. I've said this before. I forget that Bree is not in the main chat that I use to get people. So let's see. Hold on. Alphabetically, how does this go? Let's see if it'll let me do this. It's gonna be a little bit.
So I think I've decided that even though this wasn't a part of my rainy TBR, I'm going to just go ahead and finish it.
I
Yeah,
think it
I mean,
counts.
especially since you're enjoying it.
Because I'm exactly like it's vibing with me right now.
Yeah.
So
Listen, as the person that suggested you do that, I think it counts.
right.
Because quite often you have fog after a rainstorm.
No, it's just
Absolutely.
rain. It's fine.
Fog is a form of precipitation, very similar to rain. I
Fog and snow on the cover.
totally fine.
And it's usually attached to it. If you've ever been to Ireland, fog is half of the reason why everything is wet.
And snow can sometimes happen in spring.
Oh, I could have snow. I could have sun and snow and rain and fog all in the same day here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. I mean, didn't we just have like a snowstorm either with you or with, I think both you and Brianna, Brittany, in April? Like there was
yeah.
snow?
Yeah. Very
So-
early.
Really garbage winter this year. We didn't really have we didn't have a single good snow, like good one.
Oh,
We
that's
had like a
rude.
little mild snow, like one, and then that was it. It was very rude. Like it was almost
snow.
it was almost tall enough to cover the taller bits of grass, but not entirely. So it was quite rude because it's like if you're not going to cover up all the grass so I can get really pretty pictures of Mora in the snow, then what was the point?
That's fair. That's fair.
But usually we get ice more than we get snow here because it'll be warm enough during the day for the ground to be hot, but then it'll freeze overnight. So we get a lot of ice here, so that we have to close school more often for ice than we do actual snow.
Yeah.
There was snow earlier this week in Oslo, the capital in Norway.
Yeah.
I like that tracks though, because I just assume like the idea that Norway does not always have snow feels weirder than the idea that Norway would have snow at the end of April. That just might be my Floridian brain.
Yeah, that's fair.
What are seasons? I don't know what they are. So, anyways, do y'all have anything exciting coming up on your channel that you want to talk about before we go? I do not. Eventually, there will be a vlog.
I have sprints in less than 2 hours.
Oh,
Yes.
sweet.
So that's my next thing that's happening.
Yes. If you need sprints, head over to the channel.
I have several videos that were supposed to be going up this month, but as I have mentioned the chaos, you may guess that has been pushed back a little bit. But I do have videos. I have my quarterly wrap up from the first quarter needs to go up, and I'm doing just quarterly wrap ups this time around. So that's going to be up for everything I read for the first quarter. Arc 1 of Pretty Little Liars is going to need to be going up soon because I've read the first arc, and that's been an adventure. And then the April showers video will be going up at some point before it's too late to otherwise it'd be awkward. So like in the next week or so I would like to put that one up. I think there was another one, but I can't remember what it was. There's another video somewhere. Oh, I did another 10 authors that I haven't read from before.
Oh, nice. 10?
Mainly because I wanted to be able to include some of those authors in books that I'm reading this year. So,
okay.
So I wanted to go ahead and do the second list of 10 authors. And then I'll do like a wrap up of, the first 10 that I've read and then the second 10 that I read. Yeah. That's my grand plan for that. But yes, 10 more popular authors that I have read from.
I love it. Okay. So
There's
everyone is linked down in the description box. If you've been here since the beginning, you probably will need to refresh. If you want to go to Brittany's sprints, I did just link Brittany's sprints that are happening at 6 in the oh my god, I just said the word, the description box in the doobly-doo. So
that thing.
In the place.
And then let me go ahead. I'll link your latest video as well, Bree.
Okay. I don't even remember what it was.
That's so funny. Okay.
I
There
had
we
Play-Doh.
So
I had
those are all linked
videos.
below. I might pop in for your sprints, Brittany. It'll depend on whether or not I'm awake. I might be taking a nap.
That's fair. That's fair. It's gonna be chaos with everybody, so that'll be fun.
I am a third of the way through 3 books. I hate myself right now.
Yeah. And I needed to do a novella for a video, and I asked the subscribers to pick, and they picked Cookies for my orc neighbor. And then I convinced all of them to read it with me on sprints tonight. So
I mean, you know what? That sounds so much better than Potato Smut.
I mean, we'll see. It's only 79 pages. It can't go that off the rails.
Renee, I hope you enjoyed the last 30 minutes of the Fiance Farce. Thank you, everyone. Bye, Max. Thank you, everyone, for coming to hang out with me. I will be back next Saturday. We're going to have fewer sprints in May because I will be I'll be in the United States, but I will not be at home during one of those Saturdays. So I don't think we're going to do sprints because I think we're going to be out doing stuff in Pennsylvania and seeing some stuff. I'm not entirely sure what Cal has planned. I'm just like, you plan it, I will be there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be recovering from Taylor Swift, so I don't think it's happening. But I will see everyone later. Thank you so much for joining, and we will see you later when we will talk about more What a Nutty Things.